Whew, feels nice to be back from the break of Starcraft. Now we've got SSL and KCM. Alright, I'm just going to link out stream and I'm ready if you want to go soon.
You starting stream now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send out links. Alright, buddy.
All right. We're good to go.
Yep.
Clearing out some space here.
Oh, let me know when you want to start the Audacity.
Okay.
We load that shit up. What's your predictions for this week?
I think we'll probably see Soul Key dominate, but I don't know if Stork is going to be able to pop off again.
Yeah. I doubt we will see the same kind of performance from Stork, but I'll be happy just to see like a win or two from him. And then yeah, I reckon Sulky's going to take out quite a few guys. I'm not sure if he's going to carry hard, but carry enough to give Protoss and Terran a big run for it. But Queen in Action aren't like the best supplement players. Like you say, if it was Hero or something, I'd probably be feeling even hotter about the Zerg squad. But I still think like with how strong these other lineups are, I could see Protoss and Terran still taking it.
Yeah.
I think Protoss more likely than Terran.
All right. Let's get into it.
Yeah. Audacity. Sound check.
Yeah. Okay, sound check.
1, 2.
I guess I'll just check for. Yeah, it's recording, and you've got Audacity, so.
So when do you want me to start my Audacity recording?
Okay, just hold on a second here. Let me just check this. All right, you can go ahead and start it.
Okay.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the show. We had a little brief hiatus last week. It was Chuseok in Korea, a Korean holiday, but here we are with week number 4. We've got an insane lineup this week. Basically like a dream lineup here, Shun.
Yeah, like we got Sulky back in the rotation. I'm happy about that. Queen in action alongside him, and Stork, Bisu, and Mini all in one big A team. Really happy to see the Protoss squad coming out strong, and finally Sharp Lightspeed, a very potent Terran lineup to match.
Yeah, these lineups are looking insane. I don't know if we're going to see Stork pop off again, but we're starting here with the Zerg versus Terran. Speed versus Queen is a nice match to get us warmed up. I was just talking to you before we started the show that if we wanted the absolute best lineup, we could swap out a few players. Like, it's unfortunate we don't see Queen or Hero here instead of Queen.
Right.
And, you know, maybe we could have seen Barracks or something like that in the Terran lineup. Maybe swapping out Speed, but that Protoss lineup is absolute A tier, S class.
Yeah. Especially after Stork's performance last week, like it's looking pretty monstrous. I've been looking forward to seeing some good things out of these players for sure. And Monty Hall, very interesting map to kick things off with. I'm curious how Speed will choose to navigate this against Queen. Will he go for some, fast, cheesy play here, or will he try and just tech it out?
Yeah, both players just going to try and hop over. Oh, Queen messed it up twice? Oh. That's a little bit surprising. He does get it over on the third try. Will he turn around and bite the minerals here? No, he's going to go right to grabbing this hatchery. Took a little bit longer than expected, so he has the money to throw that down, and he will immediately. Usually you, after hopping over, will turn around and grab minerals so that you can open that up a little bit faster, but he's going to hop a second drone over now. Sending that for a scout. Speed is building this barracks out on the map, so he might actually be able to find this and deny that. That would be massive, Shun. If he finds this... No, okay, we've actually got it just about done here.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be able to stop it from building.
Yeah, it's too slow of a drone scout to actually deny this, but it's nice that he scouts it at least. The only downside is that now there will be a trajectory of attack onto this natural expansion since Speed has chosen correctly. But he's going for a gas follow-up, so he wants to throw down a factory right after this barracks, and the drone might be able to interfere with how fast he'll be able to get this factory online now.
Well, where are we going to throw down the factory? Will we throw it down here in the middle of the map? Maybe he can drop it inside that middle pathway and then hop it over the wall. 5 health left on this SCV. Making a run for it. Oh, man. He gets it. Nice job. Just barely able to catch that before the Marine can protect it. And there's the factory. I guess he's going to float it over, Shun.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a viable option for him here. He's going to get this factory down nonetheless, but it's a little bit delayed as a result. And the drone getting the kill is a pretty big deal here for Queen. Every advantage is definitely going to be seen as something fortuitous for him, because Terran can get one over on Zerg early on this map. Can be a little bit hard to get the ball rolling for Zerg, but so far so good. And intercepting this Marine of the Zerglings is going to be a big boon.
Yeah, he's going to pick this off, but he hasn't started a sunken colony yet. And that's really what he needs to stop this first vulture. some Marines being hidden around the top side of the map as well. He's just going to float that barracks back home, knowing that the Lings can't run through into his main base. And, okay, he sees the factory trying to float over it. That's actually really important. He can block that. He can stay underneath it and prevent it from coming over. But Speed's actually going to land. He's going to build a Vulture and try to hop it over with an SCV. It's pretty tough to do on those mineral patches specifically. But he's going to give it a try here. Coming in with the 2 Marines. Those are just going to be sacrificial, pushing away the drones for just a moment. Speed is having a bit of a hard time here. I think Queen is handling this very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for the harassment to do much damage here, because this SCV can mess up on getting this Vulture over, and the Lings will be able to come over and be very annoying in intercepting this Vulture as it tries to slide over the minerals. So needs to time it perfectly getting this Vulture over, because if he doesn't slide it perfectly, the Lings will just pounce on it and get it pinned in right away. So not really finding anything for his early game harassment is Speed, but he is teching very quickly into 2-port Wraith behind this, so maybe he can catch an Overlord or 2, put Queen in a bit of a supply block and try and get some kind of air superiority after the fact. But I'm not feeling it right now. I feel like Queen's in a little bit of a good state, and he's not getting this Vulture over, so far so good for Queen.
Well, while this was distracting, he actually floated the factory over the wall, and he managed to make 1 Vulture. Queen didn't put down a sunken colony here, being a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
This is surprising. This is kind of shocking. He burrows!
Have you ever seen anything like it?
That was so sick.
That was so sick.
Oh my god, Queen. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful
the burrow there right before the Vulture gets in. Second Vulture makes its way up here. You still need the sunken colony, even though you've got that burrow. It's not going to allow the drone to get out here. Oh, the burrow on the drone is super sick as well. 2 health on that left. But this is the pressure is starting to mount here. Finally, some of these mutas pop out. He can use the burrow to keep most of the drones alive at least.
Yeah.
Queen walking a fine line here, but I mean, this is some really high-level execution.
Oh, absolutely. There's only a small window for Terran to come in here and start to punish the Zerg, and that window's closing rapidly. So the fact that he was able to weather the storm with some tactical use of that burrow is going to really pay off in dividends now. And Speed's going to have to wait for Cloak, really, to be able to do anything. He's pick off a few Overlords here and there. We'll temporarily supply by Queen. He's trying to isolate these Wraiths, though, trying to get on the attack vector to not allow them to retreat back to home. It's going to be a little bit longer before Cloak's going to be finished. So there is a little bit window here to punish these Wraiths. They're made out of absolute paper as well. Finally, Cloak finishes and Queen's going to be in hot retreat, so maybe can get some compensation now with these Wraiths, chase microing down the rest of these mutas.
Ooh, that was looking like a Queen victory for a moment, but as he chases down these mutas and the Cloak comes online, that was quite a bit of damage for Speed. He really reduced the count of mutas, and he gets another Overlord as well. Yeah. The distraction coming into the natural causing Queen to lose concentration there for a moment, and he had the opportunity to snipe down some more Wraiths, but he was pulled back a little bit too far. Now the Wraith numbers getting really high. Speed is one of the absolute best Wraith micro players in the game. He even pulls out the Wraiths that have low energy, sends in the ones that have that high energy to push back with the Cloak. These mutas, very, very well played here so far by Speed. I think he's pulled himself back into this game, but he doesn't have a natural yet. Is just going to start that command center now, continuing to build Wraiths here, but adding on barracks to supplement this army.
Yeah, Wraiths, they're very flimsy units, but if you have good micro, you can get so much advantage with the fact that you've got slightly more range of your Gemini missiles. You can really abuse the muta user if you know what you're doing. It's just so hard to, out micro someone of Queen's caliber, but so far Speed's done a pretty good job of doing that. I just don't think he's found the kind of damage he was looking for in this game. There was a lot of cuts that Queen has made with not making a sunken early and what have you, and the fact that he's been able to walk this tightrope without being punished too much is kind of remarkable. So Speed's, I think, he's expanding now. He's going to be looking pretty strong in the future, but the windows has closed on him, I think, to do much damage to Queen, and he will be able to get this third base up reasonably unchallenged now, I feel. Yeah,
that third base is on the way. 1 Vulture harassing a bit, and you're right. It is very hard to out micro Queen. We saw that earlier when the Wraiths didn't quite have the cloak ability. He was trying to, jump back and forth and cause the Wraith or the Mutas not to shoot, and it really seemed like Queen was completely on top of it. He just kept on microing those Wraiths, or kept on microing those Mutas and just putting out damage on the Wraiths until that cloak came online. He's likewise here, probably not going to allow the Wraiths to just outrange him easily. He's going to dive in now with all of these Overlords, trying to send in the Scourge to bait out some of these attacks and force the Wraiths back for a moment. There we go, he's got it. He's got the range. Oh, doesn't get the moving shot though, and allows Speed to just get out of range once again.
Yeah.
This is a really difficult balance. He's got to get right on top of these Wraiths and keep the Overlords moving forward. As you get the moving shot going, I think if Queen runs out of gas here, if he runs out of mutas, all of these Overlords are going to go down, and things are quickly going to swing back onto Queen's side of the map.
Yeah, I think he's at risk of overextending here. He's just on the edge of overextending. He's barely got enough Scourge to zone out the Wraiths here, but if the skirmishes don't go his way much longer, like very easily Speed can gain the upper hand. So Queen's going to just like consolidate his forces a little bit here and not go in just yet, because he at the moment things are looking pretty good for Queen. And Speed's not yet able to get his bio switch underway. He's still just trying to stabilize, and he's had to remake a lot of turrets. So Queen's actually winning the economic game, getting his third gas online. Now has waited for a few more forces, can come back in here and start to disrupt the infrastructure of Speed once again. There's only like 8 Wraiths at the moment, so the power scales are actually going more and more into Queen's favor, even though a few additional Wraiths are being squeezed out. He is getting enough DPS onto these Wraiths to keep them into a slightly controllable fleet size. I feel like Queen is winning this game, but he is getting supply blocked a little bit here and there, so he's not able to like put the gas all the way down at the moment. But with this third gas coming online, I have to feel like it won't be a matter of time before he's going to overrun Speed here.
You can see a very big, a glaring hole in the game for Speed right now is the fact that he has to mine out these minerals on the right hand side before he can take this base.
Yeah.
And here's Queen sitting over top of this CC, hitting it now, bringing it down below half HP, and diving on the Wraiths whenever he has a chance. Killing off those SCVs over and over again is just preventing Speed from ever taking that base. Ooh, sniping a couple of Overlords here. If Speed gets every Overlord and cloaks, he can actually run down a lot of these mutas. It's going to be hard to run away from those. Oh, here comes the big fight. He's just diving on top. Are there enough mutas here? That number's really getting low. God, Speed is so good with these Wraiths.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, you'd want to go for this kind of strategy. It's very hard to make these strategies work at the pro level, so you really do have to be a micro god to pull them off. He's doing a very good job of it. He's actually whittling down these mutas pretty cost efficiently, but like you said, the main issue is he's not going to be able to get this expansion underway, even though he is technically winning the micro battle with Queen. The issue is that he's kind of been like put into check by these mutas, and he can't really like move his units around in such a way that he can gain access to this natural expansion. So even though he's holding on for now and repairing these Wraiths, he's not really doing much but consolidating the game state he's already managed to muster. And Queen has got this third gas churning away. That's an extra 3 mutas a minute he's able to squeeze out. So eventually the power scales will be once more much more favoring Queen. It looks like he's going for a gambit here. It looks like he wants to see if he can try and get into the main base and kill some drones, but he's actually going to be intercepted by Queen. He will be able to cloak and survive for a little bit, but once the Overlords catch up, he could intercept these. But it looks like there's just enough power balance of Wraiths that he will be able to like survive and go around more or less unchecked in this game, but he's not expanding and he's not doing any damage to Queen. So this is only a matter of time before things get out of hand.
Taking a quick opportunity here while the mutas are missing to try and snap up these resources and open up this pathway here on the right-hand side. But Queen is back and harassing those SCVs once again. Speed, he needs that second base so badly. You just can't fight one base versus 3. And Queen is just about to clean this game up. He's just about to finish this off.
Yeah.
Speed with just 4 Marines here. His Wraiths nowhere in sight. They're actually going to go across the map and try to deal as much damage as they can. Here comes some lurkers, but no. Oh god, it's still the problem here of the burrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just can't do anything. You can't kill all the drones here. You just go underground, and there's no scans or anything like that. Buying enough time for these mutas to come back home, and as soon as these wraiths get caught, should be game over. There's nothing else on the map for Speed. He's going to use this opportunity to try to get that natural online. He's splitting up all the wraiths everywhere, but at least these 3 are going to end up going down. Okay, at least these 2 are going to end up going down. Pretty nice split there from Speed, sending most of these back home, but was that worth it? Did he get enough damage?
I don't think so. If he had his expansion up and running, I would say maybe that was like not too bad, but the fact that he's only just now starting to come out here, and there's already a lurker that's going to be really annoying to get past. He hasn't got a vessel on the way anytime soon, so we got to rely purely on one comsat, wraiths, and bio units alone, and Queen's going to be as annoying as possible with forcing the utilization of those limited resources, and will eventually drain him dry if given the opportunity.
It's getting a little tough here for Speed. I mean, he's falling further and further behind in that supply. Already a 10 supply advantage, and the Muta Ball is looking thick. We've got 1 Wraith in this stack that isn't cloaked, and that means the Glaives can bounce. Oh, he's going to lose all the Marines. Discourage are connecting as well. Trying to snipe those down as much as he can, but there's the Overlords revealing these Wraiths, and GG is called. A great game from Queen here on a very difficult map. Speed brought a great strategy, but Queen managed to handle it with that Burrow really utilizing that spell fantastically well. He gets the Clapper from KCM. Good way to start here. Monty Hall, always a fun experience, Shun. All right.
Nice.
Game number 2.
Ready when you are, player.
Bisu gonna be sent out next. Minstrel is our map, and this is the map that I've been wondering the most about, having the most trouble with on ladder as well. I mean, Monty Hall and this map are enough craziness for me, honestly. I like the map choice, I like the map pool in general, but these 2 maps are giving me a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think this map in particular, a lot of people are struggling with, and understandably so. There's just so many vectors of attack. It's like a galaxy with the spiral arms just outreaching and, you know, kind of give you like 5 lanes of attack even without any of the minerals being mined out at some of these weird locations. So really difficult to just get around the map the way you want to and get your units responding and coordinating in any kind of like state of coordination can be pretty challenging to say the least. So we have seen some weird upsets on this game where players just get absolutely flattened because they just, you know, didn't cover one lane of attack and they just get wiped out. Can happen to anyone, even the pros.
Oh, was hilarious. Not a spoiler for SSL, guys, but during one of the most recent casts, Tasteless and Artosis were talking about this map, and Artosis said that this was something like a Beyblade.
Yeah.
And did you hear that, Jim?
Yeah, it's an apps analogy, I would say. It kind of is.
Oh, it was hilarious because Tasteless didn't know what a Beyblade was, and he assumed it was a type of blade. Very funny little interaction there. But It definitely does look like a Beyblade. I don't know what Tasteless's childhood was like, where he was at in the 90s.
A deprived
to
one,
miss
that's
out
for
on
sure.
that.
Yeah, I mean, this map will have your head spinning like a Beyblade as well.
That's right. You've got the like kind of crazy center of the map with a pretty short rush distance here. It's going to force Bisou to throw down a cannon right away with the overpool, but doesn't seem like Queen's actually committing to going across the map. He's more concerned with getting rid of this probe as soon as possible and getting down these 3 bases. Now, what type of game do you think we're going to see here from Queen? Because we've seen different approaches from different Zerg players.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's really been figured out, this map, just yet.
Yeah, I would say probably hasn't been figured out. If he was able to stop this probe coming back up here, I would imagine he would attempt a Hydra Bust because he's lined up for it. But I imagine now he's much less likely to go for that because the probe would obviously just see that and Bisou would be able to, like, you know, react reasonably appropriately. So I think he'll just see a lair. But the fact that he got the gas so fast did make me think he was considering the Hydra Bust option, but it is just going to be a 3-hatch lair.
That lair is going to start over at the 3rd base, trying to obfuscate slightly the build here, but Bisou diligently going to be checking all 3 bases. It's a little bit tough to deny the probe with just 2 lings, but the ring around the rosy there, Bisou was able to get back ahead of this. Oh, wait a second. Wait, what?
What just happened? Hello? Okay.
How did that happen? I
rarely
ever see. I don't know exactly what happened there, but it's super rare to see even 2 lings trap a probe, but 1 ling trapping a probe, that is crazy to me. That is one of the slipperiest units in the game. It's so hard to catch, and somehow, I don't even know if that was on purpose, but Queen managed to catch that up against the wall. Some of these walls are a little bit funny, the way that the pathing works on them. Like, it's almost like square, and if they're right in the corner of this, you can't even see it, the actual grid of where you're able to walk. But if you catch it right in the corner, sometimes you can trap things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to trap, and also you might be able to hide a zealot in a corner where, you know, the surround is not as good, but there Bisou gets completely surrounded and taken down. The Spire's on the way here, and Queen is in full control after killing off that first zealot and having, you know, oh, he's gonna catch a second zealot.
He's really got Bisou mapped out in this game. This is actually kind of insane. Like, he's really got Bisou's phone number in this game. Like, really. Like, this is like styling on some amateur on the ladder levels of I've got your number. He's wearing I remember Tasteless said something funny in a Starcraft 2 cast once. I feel like Queen is going to be wearing Bisou like a shoe in a minute.
Yeah, it's just tying up the laces now, looping the bunny ears around, and Bisou kind of helpless here to prevent what Queen is trying to do, or really figure him out or deal any damage on the map. He's already sent out 2 zealots. They've both been completely unsuccessful. Not even, I think he managed to kill 1 ling. Am I right about that?
I think so.
But he's done nothing else. And we've already got Scourge out. This Overlord should go down, but maybe at the cost of a Corsair. Let's see if he gets one of these. Yeah, he will get it. Ooh. Trading the Corsair for an Overlord is never a good trade for the Protoss player. It will supply block Queen for a moment, but that was absolutely worth it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, making the Protoss have to spend additional gas they would otherwise not want to, and they want to bank up and, you know, get 4 Templars out
Queen.
straight away. Oh, he might get this one as well. This is a great interception.
So hard to catch a Corsair like that with no vision on it. The Scourge just have such bad eyesight.
Tiny.
It's terrible.
It's really bad. I mean, you can still technically scout with them and what have you. They have some value, but yeah, like, your reaction time has to be so on point to even have a chance at pulling that off. And if the Protoss player is even remotely paying attention, it will never happen.
Yeah, they have to kind of blindly or just mindlessly wander into the Scourge and have them connect, because they just will always be able to see the Scourge before the Scourge see them. We've got a few mutas out here on the map. It's a great choice from Queen, especially considering we picked off one early Corsair. This is going to force even more of a reaction from Bisu. It's going to force extra cannons. It's going to force way more Corsairs, and he doesn't even have to commit to this. He just uses this to clean up the 5 Zealot timing.
Right.
And now he can drone endlessly without any care in the world. He can get up to 6 hatch. He can get Hydras rolling. This 1 Zealot in the main. Dude, we've lost an Overlord and 1 Ling so far.
It's crazy.
And Bisu's lost a ton of Zealots, 1 Corsair, and he is just light years behind at this point.
Yeah, he has no scouting information, so this could be full committal Ogre Zerg for all he knows, so he's going to have to just, like, tuck his tail and, like, try and hope for the best here, and these, if any of these he gets another connection with Scourge here. If any of these Corsairs get caught, and that could happen very soon, because he's just going to do an Ogre Zerg dive into these cannons. The second cannon's only just now warping in. Scourge just waiting around, trying to zone out these Corsairs. Gets one of them, going to get a few additional ones as well. Down to just 4 Corsairs and 1 cannon's dead. He barely hasn't got enough mutas to fight this, though. You need about like 8 or so mutas to easily kill these 4 Corsairs, and he just doesn't have it. So we'll tuck tail and run. Archon has been forced to be made, though, inversely. So costing a lot of investment from Bisu just to hang on. Meanwhile, building a lot of drones back at home, so there's not really that much of a commitment here from Queen, and he's just boosting up his own economy and infrastructure back at home meanwhile.
Yeah, he's gonna rocket up to about 45 drones before taking a third and starting that Hydraless production. He's got a great Sim City here, 2 sunken colonies. Hydras are starting to pop. Corsairs or Scourge are available to deal with those Corsairs. Lots of Scourge, in fact, and these mutas are still being a threat, still being annoying here for Bisu to deal with, and he has to come across the map. He has to do something right now so he can at least see what Queen is up to.
Yeah.
He needs to get over here and see whether Hydras are being produced, or we're gonna have, you know, part 2 of the Ogres are come through. And it's just going to be Hydras now. So many Hydras in production, as you can see with all of these eggs. +1 is done as well, and Lurkers are already on the field. Queen is just, he's hitting every beat. Oh, but this one Lurker. Okay, nice pickup there. I think that was the very first real damage that we've seen out of Bisu that wasn't completely traded back by Queen.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, though, how much damage has been done to Bisu in this game. And also kind of funny that these Scourge are just chilling out by this Dark Templar that's completely cloaked. I don't think he has any idea that Dark Templar's there, though. That's going to be making its way around the map soon and try and maybe sneak past the defenses of Queen. But I don't see anything like that transpiring. Maybe denying the 4th base going up would be ideal, but it's nowhere in position to do that. So the 4th base is going to probably come unchecked here in the bottom left corner of the map. And yeah, and he also invested in the air carapace as well, did Queen, so has some longevity and the air superiority as well. So Bisu can't really do anything but sit back and macro and try and get his own third online here, and that's going to be okay for Queen. He's already firing in all cylinders and going into his tech.
I think Queen might have been trying to throw down a Queen's Nest over here in the natural, and the drone didn't make.
Oh,
so that might be a little bit slow in his transition. He probably wanted to get into Hive a little bit sooner, but he's getting triple upgrade right now. He's got that 4th base started. Things are rolling along nicely now, and we're going to see Queen get to a really, really scary version of himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen this Queen many times before, but there haven't been any like massive advantages that have been taken by him so far. It's just the death by 1,000 cuts has been sort of just progressing along here, where Bisu's been taking little bits of damage, and Queen's been inching further and further ahead, and it's all going to accumulate into one massive wave of army that Bisu is probably not going to have. Yeah, there it is. See, Queen's Nest placed down there. I was completely right. That drone was sent to build the Queen's Nest and just sat there idle for a long time. Queen probably a little bit pissed off about that. He wanted to have a really nice, crisp Hive timing. It's going to be a little bit later now because of that, but he is going to have so many units hitting the field here. That Defiler's Mound and, of course, the Crackling upgrade going to be a little bit later than anticipated.
Yeah, it just means he'll have to, stay on Battle Zerg just a little bit longer and wait for that Defiler tech to finally kick online. But it doesn't really matter. He's going to have so many forces to utilize that staying on Battle Zerg an extra minute isn't going to be too much of an ask. Needs to be careful not to use units too cost inefficiently here. That's why he's being so wise with these Hydras, just backing them out after being a little bit annoying. And he will just make a massive army. He's actually even on supply with BC right now, 143. It's kind of crazy to think about already this dominant in a ZVP before the late games even really become underway. Inversely, Bisu does have 4 bases pretty much unchallenged here, so he will have a reasonable economy to try and make something happen here. It can be very difficult on this map to actually find a lot of damage to the Zerg if you're already on the back foot. He has got a shuttle moving into the northwest main base now. Maybe something can be done with this.
Yeah, it's going to sneak by here. But there's one Overlord that's going to end up spotting. Will not be able to get those DTs in undetected. And so the drones will be pulled. Corsairs coming in here and starting to pick off a few extra Overlords. Yeah, he's going to get like 4 or 5 extra Overlords. Pretty nice. Does lose 1 Corsair for that. But he's working on this Spire, and it's getting quite low. Are we going to be able to bring an Overlord in here in time? Oh, he saves it. Nicely done. And actually, Shun, I will contradict you here and say that it's actually a little, this map right here, Minstrel, is a pretty decent map for a comeback for Protoss. Oh god, he's completely forgotten about these Corsairs. He just lets them fly in and get killed. Oh man, Bisu, I'm trying to look for a comeback potential, but you can't be throwing away your Corsairs like that. That's really uncharacteristic of him. Some Zealots being dropped here into the main, and yeah, what I was trying to say, oh god, he's gonna hit the Spire. Nice. There we go. Okay, that's something. But on this map, it is very difficult to move your army around as the Zerg player, and as more and more bases get taken, it's going to get harder and harder for Queen to respond to the armies moving around for Bisu, and Bisu's going to hit from the north. He can easily rotate, though, and go and hit another base. He's going to cast a couple of storms, pick off some of these lurkers, take some good trades here, and maybe even pick off this base. And Queen actually needs to stay 1 base ahead. And we've already got 5 bases for Bisu, so this is a big problem right now for Queen.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that he's forcing inefficient trades and going to be delaying expansions and being a little bit annoying here is a big boon for Bisu, because the best defense is offense for him right now. So sometimes it can be, if he's on the back foot completely, Queen can just kind of style on him a little bit. But the fact that Bisu's kind of keeping the action on Queen's side of the map is going to pay its dividends for him. I'm still a little bit concerned for Bisu, because he's forced to make some really big trades right here, right now. He needs to do some absolute fantastic storms and just start shredding through the absolute meat grinder of an army that Queen has been macroing up. And it is a pretty tight corridor here for Bisu to come in and exploit, so it's probably the best time for him to do it. All these units are so clumped up, and he has some more High Templars coming from this southeastern flank as well to keep the Psionic rampage going. Bisu looks like he's doing it right now, and if he gets just a few inches closer, he can take out this Nidus Canal and start to cripple the production of the Zerg.
Oh my god. I think Bisu just did it.
Wow.
Oh, that is insane. This is actually kind of cathartic for me, Shun. I've played this map so much, and I've had so many difficulties dealing with the Protoss army just pushing into my natural, and there's so many different angles that they can come from, different approaches that they can take. It's very easy to take a 4th base here as Protoss as well, and Bisu's done that. He's pushed in, he's dealt a ton of damage, killed off all the rallied units from Queen. Queen is going to rally forth and eventually push back this army, but that was a really great trade there for Bisu, and he's even going to try and take a 6 base. He's on 5 bases already. He's going to take base number 6 over here.
I doubt it.
If he actually gets a hold of that base, I don't know if we can see a win for Zerg, because he's just going to have like almost half the map.
Yeah, no, I doubt he'll be able to take that base just yet, though. I mean, Queen does still have a pretty sizable force remaining. If there was a few more units at disposal for Bisu, I imagine he would have kept the gas all the way down there, but since he hasn't got quite enough infantry force, he can't take advantage of the fact that, you know, Lurkers just morphing in at once. If you do have enough forces as Protoss, you can keep the pressure on, and as they try and morph Lurkers and reconsolidate, you go in again for round 2, right as before the Lurkers start hatching. But instead, he's going to rotate all the way down to the south and see if he can penetrate down here. There's already a pretty good Lurker minefield with additional forces being brought in, with a few Sunkens already established, and Lings are doing a reasonable job of soaking up, but there's just a few too many Archons and Zealots just rampaging through here, and with enough Dragoons in reserve and some Psionic Storms, we'll be able to break through these Lurkers in the back as well. So it looks like Bisu is going to be killing this base at 6 o'clock, saying, and yeah, like you say, it looks like a bit of a comeback here for the Protoss.
Wow. Yeah, I guess you could just do that. I mean, this is a little bit crazy. I thought that was a mistake, actually, sending the Zealots in and just letting them get minced by those Lurkers, but it turned into a pretty okay trade. I guess Bisu able to crush through there with just a few good storms, and Queen is harassing this base over here, but he is on one less base than what Bisu has at this point, and he's not going to be able to shut down the mining here completely. Bisu is ahead by every metric at this point.
Yeah.
We don't have Hive, or we have Hive, but it's a little bit late. Maybe that was even more of a factor than I was expecting.
I think so.
That he didn't have the Defiler when he wanted to have it. We're now 18 minutes in. I still haven't seen a Defiler. That's probably due to the fact that Queen's Nest didn't make. And how insane is it, really, Shun, that you could play such a beautiful game here as Queen and be as far ahead as he was, and one building doesn't make, and you're gonna end up losing. This is pretty crazy.
I think Terran players would be like preaching to the choir, but it happens all day.
Well, he can at least stop this Nexus over here. That's something, I guess. But the loss of the base down at bottom center, I think that's spelling the doom here for Queen, and that's a lot of Archons moving forward. Yeah. Bisu has the Giga army here, and it's going to be so hard to engage with Lings. He needs an insane number of Hydras, and there's just always Storms, plus these Reavers now that are going to come in. I'm going to start to hit that Sunken Colony, pick that off, and take control over these 3 hatches, including the Hive as well. This is an even more important base than it usually would be. Lings are coming from all sides. Defilers are finally coming in to the mix, but they're just being sent into their death, it seems. They will be picked off. There it is. GG is called. Bisu takes this game. A surprising upset, or a surprising reversal there in that set.
Yeah,
shaking his head. I'm doing the same right now.
Yeah, honestly, that game just got away from Queen, and we've seen this happen on this map so many times, and especially Bisu is always the guy that finds a way of running it down to that natural expansion. It doesn't matter what lane. Sometimes it's down the middle, sometimes it's from the side. Always seems to find that one chink in the armor, and it can just get Queen before he can get off the ground here.
I've seen Queen lose quite a few games that he should have won. I know exactly the face that he has on right now. That face where he's leaned back in his chair. You know, he kind of licks his lips and he's like, "Oh, God damn it." Oh man. What a shame there for the Zergs, but Bisu played an excellent game of comeback, or a game from behind, and Minstrel is just such a monster.
It really is.
I think we need even more practice. We need more or different strategies from the Zerg. Maybe we need to take the middle or something like that. What is the actual? What is the solution here?
Don't let the Protoss get to your natural expansion, I guess. Similar to how in versus Terran as you don't want to let the Defiler get to your natural expansion or it spells disaster. And similar here, once you let the Protoss get into position where they're already in your tight corridor and they're on top of your production, you're forced to trade, it's not gonna be a good day for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's jump into our next game. Bisu versus either Light or Sharp. That's coming up next.
Damn.
All right. Deja Vu, our next map. Bisu versus Sharp. Should be an excellent match. I'm very excited to see Sharp's form here.
Yeah.
In KCM going into the next rounds of SSL. Versus Bisu, I mean, Bisu's PVT has come a very long way. He's improved so much in this matchup, and he seems to be firing on all cylinders, at least in the late game. Seemed like his early game was a little bit shaky, though.
Yeah, a little bit flimsy on the early game. But it has been the one thing holding him back for so long. He's always been the PVZ Bonjour. So if he can figure this matchup out, he's going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with. I'm curious to see what he's going to bring to the table on this map here. There is the middle only here. Sometimes you'll see Terran players take this middle only as their fourth base or something, because there is a long distance to get your fourth base up and running on this game. There's no real good choices as well in terms of what base is easier to defend. So sometimes you'll see, like on Retro, the fourth base being taken as the middle, and we might see a little bit of extra minerals churn out from that being taken. But I'm curious to see the expansion paths of both players in this game, and if we'll see like a big strong macro game, or if we'll see some, you know, timing attack kind of things coming out of both players. And Sharp is usually the guy to go for those crisper, faster timings and trying to abuse his vultures. So what do you think we're going to see here, Sam?
Oh, we're going to see some vulture abuse. That is for sure.
Yeah,
Here comes that factory.
2-2-2.
And yeah, we're going to get a very quick vulture out. Bisu's going to expect this, though. He's gone for a pretty conservative build. He's not even going to scout with a probe. Just going to scout with that first Dragoon. Going to skip the Zealot completely, knowing that that's probably just going to get denied by the early vulture. And we are cross map here, so Sharp is going to scout this last. He's end scouting. He scouted bottom left. He's going to go top right now.
No.
He'll find his opponent last, and there will be 2 Dragoons probably out by the time that he ends up getting scouted. And he should have the tools necessary to deal with all of what Sharp, you know, the aggression that he can bring with these vultures, but that's never really stopped Sharp from getting damaged before.
No. And Bisu's going to cut probes and throw out a very fast Nexus at 20 here, and then eventually get the range upgrade. So pretty crisp timing of a Nexus here from him. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy at this game, at least in the early stages, because of the cross-map situation. But Bisu hasn't gone for anything greedy here. I was curious if he was going to go for a 12 Nexus, and it looks like both players are playing very standard against each other, so a lot of respect, but unfortunately not going to be able to catch this probe. It was a nice idea from Sharp here to try and intercept this probe, but he's unfortunately not going to be able to get the successful interception on that, but eventually the Vulture does come in and clean that up, so I guess he has pretty much effectively denied any vision here from Bisu, so Bisu really doesn't know what Sharp's up to at the moment.
Yeah, Bisu doesn't know where Sharp is located. I guess he can figure out from where those Marines were headed that he's probably down in the bottom right. Sharp baited this Dragoon down to the bottom left, and now he's sitting here on high ground with 3 Marines and a Vulture. You can beat a Dragoon with this number of units, and he's actually going to put a bunch of damage before the Dragoon can do anything. And he's not going to pick it off, but he does a little bit of hull damage. Second Dragoon's going to be sent out to try and help this out. Definitely 2 Dragoons can't be handled here by Sharp, but he managed to deal that damage, keep all of these Marines alive, and he doesn't have to build a bunker here. That is a really big deal.
That's the main thing. The main takeaway here is that he's done enough that he doesn't have to build a bunker, and for Terrence, that is a big deal. That's 2 SCVs worth right there. So now he can min-max his build even more now, and he'll be in just an even more comfortable position going forward into the early mid phase. So yeah, any kind of security as Terran in the early game just allows you to min-max so much more.
Ooh, and of course, Sharp is going to find a route that Bisu has not quite covered. Oh, he's not going to dive in here, it seems. He's just finished off mines, and he's looking to make sure that there's no sneaky nexus coming down. He wants to get the timing on that. Bisu here just pumping out more and more Dragoons, and Sharp going to come across the map. I'm a little bit worried if he wants to try and push in right now, because we're going to have observers, and we've got these 2 gateways pumping away for quite some time. He's only revealed 2 goons, but he's got way more.
Yeah.
And if Sharp comes in here and loses the tank, he could lose his advantage. He's at a supply advantage right now. Oh god, Beast is actually going to send... Yeah, it's drop. He thinks it's drop. He's sending the Dragoons into the main, and he's going to hit the front. I mean, you still got the Dragoons and the Observers, so as soon as he sees this, he's going to bring everything to the front, and he should be able to crush what he sees. So I guess Sharp not even going to pull the trigger, go to the front here. He's just going to kind of hang back. Really weird positioning from Sharp, actually, with the tank over on the left side. I guess he was thinking about, you know, going into the natural and trying to deal some damage, but he thought better of it. What is this? What is going on here? What is this tank army doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious why it's lingering here. I thought maybe he was coming over to punish a fast third Nexus from Bisu, but I don't know why it's still here. Like, this doesn't make sense right now. Maybe he wants to counterattack if Bisu tries to push, but that's so precarious. I think he's worried about retreating these units and them getting caught. But now he's picking the most worst time possible to run them back. It's going to be completely intercepted. Bisu's going to more or less kill this tank for free now, but it does open up the vultures to go for an attempted run by. Bisu's not quite perfectly blocking it, and he doesn't quite get the block off in time, so a little bit of a mistake here from Bisu, but it doesn't matter too much. There's enough Dragoons in reserve to stop most of the deaths of the probes, so probably will only lose like half a dozen or so probes in total, so it's not the absolute worst case scenario here. So all things considered, this is like a bit of a blunder from Sharp. Now Bisu's in a much more commanding position.
That was very strange. I was really confused about why he stayed for so long. And even why that came across the map in the first place. One single tank with 3 Marines is not going to beat 2 Gateway Dragoon production. It can be a little bit of a distraction, and that's what he tried to make happen. So I guess I understand the thought process, but as long as Bisu keeps a couple of Dragoons in the wall, and had he just placed the 1 Dragoon right in the wall there and made it impossible for the vultures to run by, he actually would have lost nothing. Yeah. So, well, I don't know. I'm a bit confused about Sharp's play.
Yeah, sometimes I think advanced Protoss players will deliberately not block to bait you into doing the run by, and then close off the gap to try and get a better trade, so you don't just like run away and like only take a few shots on your vultures. They want you to commit. It's like in Zerg versus Protoss. You want the Zealots to commit to diving into the expansion, so that you can then like kill off the Zealots and they can't actually escape, right? Sometimes you want to like bait them into committing, so we see a little bit of that occasionally, but it's like we've got a bit of a lag issue here, so we have to go to intermission while we figure that out.
Sharp, one of the best players at getting vultures into your natural, and I feel you. I understand what you're saying about Protoss players kind of baiting those vultures to come in, but don't you think that's a risky game when you're playing against Sharp? That's like the one guy you don't want to try to play that game with.
It's a dangerous game, amigo.
I could see you playing that against any other Terran player, but Sharp is just so scary with his vultures, and it would be a shame to lose against him, knowing that he is that type of player and still allowing vultures to slip in. Just keep everything locked down and make sure that you don't lose a bunch of probes here. I think that's the best course of action. But now that Bisu's got this little advantage, he's actually going to go into Arbiter, which is not typical for Protoss players. And
well, certainly if
I wonder how this is going to work out.
If you go for like a DT play on 2 bases to put on some pressure, you'll see the Arbiter play because you've already got the Templar tech, so it makes sense. But if you haven't done that, it is a little bit peculiar. You don't see it as often. So maybe he just feels that he's safe enough that he can pretty much do whatever he wants and he's going to get good value out of it. But yeah, not the choice I thought he would go for here.
Yeah, this map has a very long distance between the natural and the third. He actually went for DT. Okay, that's interesting. He's going to kill the turret here.
This makes more sense.
We should have a scan. Oh,
nice.
Okay. Nice pick up there. Going to go for the main. We've got Goliaths. We've got some turrets and stuff like that, so he will be able to push this back. But I just wanted to mention that on this map, the distance between the natural and the third is so great.
Oh yeah.
It's very, very hard to just defend 3 bases, especially from behind as the Terran player. You've already lost a tank.
Right.
You've lost a bunch of vultures. You haven't really done much damage. Just double robo play is so strong at busting into positions like this. I'm really surprised that we don't see Bisu going for that, but let's see what he can do here with the Arbiters.
Yeah. I know it doesn't look like it's a long distance to the third base, guys, but trust me, for a Terran player, that's a light year of a distance. It's just so much ground to cover, and if you haven't already got an advantage, you're basically thinned out too much, and you're always at risk of being bulldogged over. And he hasn't even got the greatest of turret coverage in this natural expansion, so this DT actually can't be shot as well if he stays right here on this hex.
But he's going to lose the shuttle here. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Not really getting the damage he was looking for. I thought we might have a Templar in there as well, but he's actually spending most of his gas on upgrades and Arbiters right now, so he's just going to forgo Templar and Storm for now as he gets these cloaked units out. Pretty good setup here from Sharp. I think he's going to be able to hold 3 bases, no problem. I don't think Beast is going to be able to bust in there, but maybe we can see a really good recall come through somewhere. Where do we send the recall here? Because on this map with 3 bases, the natural and the third actually cover your main base really, really well. It's pretty tough to get in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's not going to be setting up for any recalls anytime soon. I think he might just be, being a bit of a stasis man for now, and just want to try and lock the Terran out from being able to push, and eventually we'll see the recall tech. Well, I don't think he'll recall early. He might surprise me, though. He might... Oh, actually, maybe he is going for the recall first. I thought he'd go stasis into recall, but he might just go straight into recall here. He could even
recall... about 50 seconds.
He could even recall that pack of Zealots onto tanks. He doesn't actually have to recall onto the bases. He could recall the Zealots onto the tanks.
My commenters in my... on my YouTube videos would love that.
Yeah, they would.
Get that all the time. Recall. Why don't they recall onto the tanks? Shouldn't. Come on, recall onto the tanks.
We saw it on Citadel a few times from Bisu as well.
Yeah, we've seen it on. We've seen it in a few different games. It's not the worst thing in the world, but
not the usual.
Yeah, not usually done. Because it is so much stronger to recall into a base and just deny a base. Also, usually that's where the vessels are, sitting over top of the tanks, and they're usually able to drop EMP on those before they can get right in. Like, it's hard enough to get a stasis off on a bunch of tanks.
Yeah.
Not to mention a... he is going to recall here. There it is. Recall onto the third. A lot of Zealots here. Just going to annihilate these tanks, and he's going to dive in, see if he can pick off a bunch more of these. He's actually going to force the lift. SCVs are bailing out of this position. But quite a few tanks are going to come up here to assist.
Yeah.
I guess he's stopping the mining for a little bit, killing off quite a few tanks and SCVs. But I don't think this is game-ending damage. 75 supply advantage, though. Can he actually dive on top of this and deal some damage? That was a great mine, by the way, softening up a lot of these vultures.
Yeah.
Or a lot of these Zealots, excuse me. The vultures will clear everything out afterwards.
I mean, he didn't kill the command center, but this is so much indirect damage. Like, it's going to be such a long time before Sharp can even think about coming out onto the map and maybe punishing Bisu. So Bisu's pretty much just going to rocket up into 5 base. And, I mean, 3 base versus 4 base is not too bad in PvT, but 3 base versus 5 base? You're in trouble.
That was actually one of the better examples that I've seen of recalling on top of the army actually working out well. It wasn't like a huge group of tanks, but he managed to clear up everything pretty nicely. And now he's getting a few more tanks. There's no scan. Okay, finally he does scan. Just a few seconds of failing to scan and reveal those units can actually cost you dearly in a game like this. But Sharp will get the scan off. He will be able to re-land his command center and get this 3rd base online. But Bisu's already got the base in the top right. He's got double Stargate as well. I mean, he's getting himself into a very good position. Can Sharp actually win from here? Can he come back?
I mean, I feel like this is Bisu's game to lose. He's just going to recall again on top of these units. Yeah, I'm not too surprised at the moment. And he's going to get the kill on this command center as well. I would say this is about all she wrote for Sharp. If Bisu makes some colossal errors and Sharp plays like a god, obviously anything can happen in a game of StarCraft. A jet engine could fall on Sharp's house as well and get Donnie Darkoed. I mean, that is possible. You know, the internet cables could be cut by the Russians and World War III starts. But other than that, I feel like Bisu's going to win this game.
Yeah, Bisu is light years ahead at this point. Even throwing down the stasis, I mean, he's getting so much value out of this. The EMP should be done now, but the damage is far and away in Bisu's favor. He's just done so much here to interrupt the mining, and killing off that command center is usually like the death blow for Terrence. He will be able to maybe mount a counterattack, but it's going to be weak, flimsy, little nerf sword here. Whereas Bisu's got basically a nuclear bomb or an AK-47 here to fight off what Sharp is bringing. What is this? 5 tanks plus there's 3 arbiters floating over and just hitting these. Oh my god, he's just going to start killing tanks with arbiters right now. This is hilarious. We've got no anti-air. So many units. There's the final stasis. he's stasis half the tanks.
Yeah.
Oh god, Sharp's gotta get out.
This is like a LARPer showing up to a fight with his foam sword, but realizing it's like, you know, some medieval reenactment guys in full plate armor with medieval weapons just smashing each other, and he's just not equipped anymore in this game to handle the kind of power that Bisu can put out there. With 5 bases, even with 3, it's a struggle for Terran. He's only mining on 2, and the main base will be mined out imminently as well. It's going to be all she wrote here for Sharp, unfortunately. I imagine he's somewhat processing the loss right now. There's the GG. I imagined he was going to be tapping out soon, just processing the game a little bit. Might want to go over the replay and see exactly where it all went wrong there. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Bisu just too hot to handle right now.
Yeah, Sharp, he got a little fancy in the early game, didn't he, with that tank push?
Yeah, unnecessary.
I thought he was doing so well, you know, not having to build a bunker, dealing that damage to the early Dragoon. I really feel like he got a little bit too big for his own britches. Like, he just tried to pull one over on Bisu, and Bisu was not cutting any corners. He was just building Dragoons and getting ready, and now Sharp is out. We've only got 1 Terran player left, and we haven't even seen Stork yet. Bisu carrying the Protoss lineup right now.
I mean, there's still Sulky waiting, so we'll see. Anything can happen. But yeah, so far it's looking pretty dominant for Protoss. Do you want them to bring out Sulky before action, or would you rather them bring out action and then Sulky as the last ace?
Well, whatever. I'd prefer. They're going to send out action first. I'm just going to quickly grab something. I'll be right back, okay?
Alright, I want to go back to them. Yeah, I'm back. Bisu Misu. It's crazy to think that these guys are getting as old as they're getting and they're still alive and kicking. Like, a lot of people thought back in the day, you know, as soon as you turn 30, it's like, better retire. Starcraft's a speed game. Can't have any old men playing this game. It's like, that's not the case, guys. We might be having... We've had 25 years of Starcraft. We might be seeing another 15 to 25. It's possible. It might become a retro RTS that's played out for a very long time. I mean, especially the way the gaming scene is right now, I can't see there being anything that can actually replace StarCraft. There'll be things that are completely different and will be innovative and interesting maybe, but I don't think StarCraft's such a hard game to actually replace in terms of the gameplay it provides, so as long as people are still interested in it, I don't think it will die. Do they send out Action or Sulky? Action's definitely coming, but the question is now or after Sulky? I feel like if Sharp had won, it would be Action. But if Bisu's still there, they might want to get Sulky out now. It's a tough decision. Ideally, the Zerg squad probably wanted Sharp to win, take Bisu out, and then you send out Action to beat Sharp. And that should be pretty straightforward. I think Action would be pretty favored to win against Sharp. But sending out Sulky now against Bisu, I mean, Sulky's a champion, but he's got a long list of players to get through with only Action to support him. Yo.
Yo.
You munching?
Yeah, I suddenly just got so hungry.
What are you eating?
I just had a protein shake and yogurt cup, and now I have some crackers here.
Nice. Quick and easy calories.
Yeah. I'm ready to get into this.
Yeah, man. I'm ready.
All right. So Bisu really proving positive the fact that, you know, you don't have to be super fancy with your early game control. You don't have to be incredibly good when it comes to, you know, that micro in order to win games here, even at the highest level. Just good sense of build orders, timings, and late game army control can take you a very long way, and he's already proven that versus both Sharp and Queen.
Yeah.
Can he do it against Action, who is pretty much a late game monster.
Yeah, Action is he's an aggressive Zerg, but he's an aggressive macro Zerg. So he's always wanting to go into late game. He just likes to apply pressure while doing so. I'm curious to see how Bisu lines up with that. And yeah, and Bisu seems so much more confident in his PvT as of late. I think he's starting to figure it out. Like, the more I see of him, the more I feel like, okay, maybe this guy... I don't necessarily feel like he's going to just, like, win the SSL or anything, but I don't know, like, he's starting to become more of a contender now.
Yeah, he's always had a lot of respect.
Yeah.
He's always been, you know, a well-respected legend, but lately, in the past several years, hasn't been able to reach those highest echelons. PvT was holding him back, but it really doesn't seem to be as much of a factor anymore. Here, Action throws down a 11 hatch over at the third base, and that is actually going to be pretty tough to defend here. He's even kind of blocking the spawning pool, forcing it into a, kind of an awkward place, and slowing it down any amount is going to be a problem because the Zealot is already on the way. Now, Radeon has pretty long rush distances. It's a little bit tough to get a Zealot into your opponent's main, but this is the absolute best case scenario right now for Bisu's initial attack, and he's going to throw down his Nexus while this is going on. If Action doesn't hold this perfectly, he's going to, you know, lose a drone with this probe already in the main, kind of harassing these drones a little bit. Oh, he just barely doesn't block that. That would have been huge, actually, if he could have blocked that natural. But Action does get it down, and the Zealot's going to go to work here in the main.
Yeah, pretty good job from Action to still get things up and running. Might get a good drill on this Zealot. He's being very cautious to try and not lose any drones, and he's done a good job of that so far, but now things are starting to go a little bit wrong. One of the drones getting hunted down, but now the Lings are out. It's a little bit painful to lose a single drone. When you go for that 11 hatch, you really don't want to be punished like that, or it kind of negates the value of going for the 11 hatch in the first place. So I would say Bisu's job is done. Just killing that one drone there and forcing a little bit lost mining kind of has compensated for allowing Action to get away with the 11 hatch here. Now just needs to weather the storm of these Lings putting pressure on the front. There's not a lot of Zealots, just two with a third coming out soon, and no cannon in sight that's on the way. So the Lings can put a pressure on this wall in and potentially kill the gateway even if there's enough Lings made.
Well, if he doesn't get any damage here, that's a lot of Lings that he made this early on. And after losing a drone as well, Action's opener is looking a little bit flimsy. Beast is trying to get that probe in just to get some scouting information. He wants to see if any more Lings are being produced. But it's just drones here from Action. I think this early game has gone very well. And we saw what Bisu can do with an early game deficit. What can he do with an early game lead?
Well, I thought with the Overlord getting full scouting information, he was going to consider a bit of a Ling flood there and put some pressure onto Bisu with a bit of a counter. But I think he just doesn't want to take any chances in this game and just see if he can macro his way out of it. But it's going to be a tall order. I mean, Bisu is a bit of a PvC specialist, so to say the least. I don't know how he's going to come back from this time. It is a small deficit, but a small deficit in Zerg versus Protoss is a big deal because you're kind of forced to play the same way anyway. You can't really like do any cheap tricks to catch up again. You kind of just have to go with your game plan and hope for the best and with a deficit. And it's hard to beat someone of Bisu's caliber when you're playing on the back foot like that. He's going to have to hope that he can catch these Zealots out on the map or something with these Zerglings. And it looks like Bisu's aware of that possibility, so he's being a little bit hesitant to come out, especially if only a single Callan online right now. It can be a little bit risky to run out with all your Zealots with just a single cannon back, because the Ling run by punish can be so devastating.
Oh, Bisu, he faked, did a little pump fake with these Zealots coming out and then running back into his natural, and force actually even more Lings from Action. Action has like more than 12. He's got more than a full group of Lings, I think, at this point. And Bisu, he didn't move out. It looked a little scary. I thought he might be considering that move out, but he actually turns around and heads back once again. This is prime position for Bisu. He is on a roll right now, and I mean, we have a chance to all kills the Zerg squad. I can't believe how many all kills we're getting this season. It's actually getting a little bit insane.
It's pretty wild, yeah, to say the least. I mean, you never know what's going to happen week to week. Like 1 week Stork smashing everyone, and now we see Bisu smashing everyone. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, who knows? This week's not over yet. Like Sulky could reverse all kill everyone soon. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? Saying that's what's so exciting about KCM, and why it's an absolute blast to cast and bring you these games. And yeah, I mean, I would say like there's a chance here for Action still. He's a strong enough player that he can navigate weird positions into favorable ones. It's just going to be a tall order here.
For sure. I mean, these Lings are still useful. They're going to be able to body block for the Hydras that are popping out soon. But you know, Action, he didn't go for like a really quick Hydra build or anything like that. He still went for the Spire. He's trying to play completely normal and just react perfectly. He's building a sunken colony here in the natural. These Zealots are actually going to deal a huge amount of damage. My god.
Ooh.
Just targeting on the Evolution Chamber is a great idea. We do have a few mutas popping out here slowly, but I've been in this position. Shun, you've been in this position before. It doesn't feel very good when you've only got 2 mutas attacking. It feels like the Zealots just last forever. No +1 here is the one thing that's not going that great for Bisu, and drones are coming off the line. They're gonna fight as well. I haven't seen any drones fall so far. All the Lings get traded out.
Yeah,
that was actually not bad for Action.
Honestly, yeah, probably one of the better things that Action could have hoped for, because now he's reset the Zealot count. So now there's not going to be as much of a map presence afforded to Bisu. So Action can kind of just like wipe the sweat from his brow, take a deep sigh of relief, and be like, okay, now I've got a mid game to play for. Now I'm not going to get killed anytime soon. I can put a little bit of pressure onto my mutas, keep the Protoss player in the dark, and actually try and make a game of it now.
Yeah, he could do some sort of Mutal-esque all-in into the main, so Bisu has to be aware of that, but he could also just drone super hard right here.
Yeah.
He's going to pop out a few Hydras, it looks like, just to make sure that the Corsairs don't run rampant and kill every single Overlord. But I think as soon as he gets that few Hydras that he needs to actually protect these, he's going to drone like a madman, and he will get up to that 45 count. Might even go for a 4th base here pretty soon. He's remade that Evolution Chamber. He might have been denied the upgrade. He's waiting for the Corsairs to dive and go a little bit too deep, maybe dive into the main or something, and do a little backstab here with the mutas. It's a nice setup, but Bisu's not going to commit, and that's also fine for Action. He could just hang back with these, wait for an opportunity, and keep droning at the same time.
Yeah, usually you'll see on average a Zerg making anywhere from 24 to 36 lava worth of units until they finally can start power droning again. So it's right around the time you'll have like a control group and a half worth of Hydras, so you don't just straight up die to the Zealots, and then you can go into another round of drones or what have you. And yeah, it seems like Action has navigated his way into a pretty good position now. The 4th base is online, the supplies look about where they should be, relatively speaking, and he has enough Hydras to have the critical mass to fight back the Zealots. I think Action's done a great job of turning this game around so far.
The 4th base is going to come online, and the drone count is getting to a reasonable number. We can start to really pump off of 4 hatcheries. Are we going to go into Lurker right away? Imagine we'll have to. Action here is going to have quite a large area to defend. That 4th base is a little bit exposed. A little bit harder to hold on to that base than, for example, like the 6 or 12 o'clock with a very small ramp, or even the bottom left-hand corner base. Might be a little harder to or a little easier to hold on to, but he's opted for this more wide open base, and maybe that means he wants to get more aggressive with his lurkers. Maybe he wants to go across the map and set up here in front of Bisu's base and contain him on 2 or 3 bases instead.
It seems like he's considering a 3-base contain. I doubt he thinks he can get a 2-base contain successfully, but I imagine he's considering a 3-base contain. I think that's more likely, yeah.
I haven't seen any lurkers getting made right now, but we're pretty low on that gas. So maybe he's got a few on the way. Spreading out overlords now, spreading out his vision everywhere, looking for snipes. Does take quite a bit of damage from that storm, but it's not going to matter too much. You can rotate out some healthier Hydralisks and keep those ones in reserve for now. They can kind of regain that HP over time, and Bisu's starting to move forward. He's got a pretty decent supply advantage, and he's not going to allow Action to take a good position out in front of his natural or his third base here. He's just going to move out on the map and force Action to come to him as he pushes over here towards his fourth. This is a dangerous situation right now. Really dangerous for Action.
Yeah, high volatile situation and great game sense from Bisu as well, like faking the attack and then moving to intercept the units that were sent to flank. So Bisu already has got Action's number, and now pushing into this tight bridge. It'll be very difficult for Action to come and dislodge these units. Bisu can do a lot of damage to Action in a very short amount of time, and these Hydras coming in to reinforce from the northeast flank are not going to be in a very good position. They're just going to get stormed to absolute death. So many Hydras going down, just 2 or 3 well-placed Sonic Storms, and in the southern threshold as well. There's a lot of Hydras in the south, and the storms are starting to dry up, but one more critical storm is going to help support that, and the damage has already been done to the infrastructure of Action. I feel like Action's going to be able to clean this up, but there's more rallied units coming across the map. Mutas are moving into intercept some of these rallied units. They can take out these High Templars on the pathing over across the map here. Maybe he can soften up this army enough in its utility that he'll weather the storm here, pun intended, and we'll be in a pretty good position still, all things considered, after all is said and done. So didn't lose any of the hatcheries, didn't lose too many drones. The supplies look pretty okay. I would say this overall is slightly maybe Bisu favored in the sense that he might be able to secure this third base without any counterattack from Action, but Action actually looks like he smells blood in the water and actually wants to try and put some pressure. He actually wants to challenge Bisu now, and I don't think actually maybe Bisu has enough to fight this. I feel actually maybe has done enough damage to Bisu here.
I don't know about that. I feel like Action, kind of desperate right now, needs to dive in and do something. He's going to kill a couple of the cannons, but the storms are on the way. Just waiting for a little bit of energy here. He does have that energy now, and this desperate counterattack from Action is going to be pushed back. Maybe he could have dove on the third base instead and tried to snipe Templar as they came out to reinforce. He gets 2 more. All right, he's doing something here. He's pushing things back. The Corsairs are going across the map. He gets another Templar. He gets another cannon. There's only 1 remaining, and the Lurker here could be pushed forward. He's still rallying to the front. A bunch more Hydras coming over this direction. Another Overlord's going to go down, though. He is now getting supply blocked at 71 of 71. The momentum is starting to run a little bit dry here for Action. He's trying to push up onto this wall. He has quite a few Hydras back at home. Bisu, he's just barely hanging on right now. There's no Templar here. Hydras are still coming to the front. Is he actually going to break through, Shun?
I
can't believe this is actually working.
Yeah, I didn't doubt him for a second. I mean, I'll be honest, like my spidey senses were tingling as well. I was starting to smell blood in the water as well, and there just wasn't enough Templars coming out, and they were low on energy, and there's just enough critical mass of Hydras to put the punish on. And it looks like Bisu's cleaning this up. I feel like if Action had sent all of his rallied Hydras, he would have probably won the game by now. But he had like 6 or 7 or so Hydras that weren't doing anything for so long. If they had been brought to the front as well, I feel like he would have overrun Bisu.
I feel like he just figured out that there was a third base there. Action sends a Lurker over and finds out that he is in a much worse position than maybe he was thinking. There's no drones at the third, Shun.
It's bad.
I mean, it was looking like maybe Action was going to be able to win this game, but I mean, with everything that's happened with Bisu holding on in that natural, the follow-up attack is just going to be easier and easier to hold. Okay, there's actually no Templar here at all, and the Lurkers are just going to run in on top of everything. DTs, though, in the mix, and do we have Overlords here? The DTs are going to do so much damage. They're just cutting through these Lurkers so quickly.
Wow.
I think this is the end. Action gets shoved back. He loses every Lurker. GG. Oh, what a crazy game there. Oh, man.
He almost had it, man. It's so close to busting through. Just not barely, though.
Oh, that is going to be a rough watch going back over that replay for action. I think those Hydras, like you were saying, being left over at the third base, might have been the difference maker
for sure.
But unfortunately, they just weren't in that fight, and that was a do or die moment. He couldn't break through that natural. If he killed the Nexus and set up down at the bottom of the ramp, it would have been completely different there. But he just didn't have the rallies in time. Bisu manages to hold on. I mean, that was a very clutch moment, but even more important was the attack from Bisu over to the third. That was insanely well done. Really got in there and made the trade from Hero really, really difficult. We've all been in that position where the Protoss army gets on top of one of your bases and then you have to attack into it. And the storms are just so deadly. Very, very tough position there from Action, but a great game. Only one Zerg player left now, crazy. Dude.
But it is Sulky.
Protoss is just dominating. It is Sulky, yes. But first, we have to watch Light versus Bisu. It's coming up next.
Damn, Pro stomping it out so far. Well, I should say Bisu. I mean, if Bisu keeps going, he's going to be able to, like, wear so many different pro gamers. Like, he could, like, have two on his shoes and, like, wear another player for trousers, wear another player for his shirt, Man, I'm glad I found, like, some authentic Asian ramen noodles. Not like, because if you buy anything that's, like, made for a Western palate, it's, like, not the same. But if you get the actual, it's when it says spicy, actually, like, it's fucking spicy, you know what I mean? Not like Western palate spicy.
Right.
It's nice when you find some authentic shit.
True. Yeah, I had some ramen yesterday.
Yeah, it's nice when it's like actually good ramen and you got a nice broth with it that's actually spicy and tasty and like it feels like high quality shit, not just like cheap bullshit.
Yeah, I got some good ramen here, and I know because I don't get like bad stomach aches, which I usually get when I eat like cup noodle.
Yeah, exactly that. Like no issues from stomach when you eat that good shit. You eat that bad shit though, you're like fucked up. Maybe it's like the chemicals or shit they put in it. I don't even know what they put in it to do that to you.
I don't know. Yeah, not sure, but I got some tonkatsu ramen.
Oh yeah?
And there's like a whole aisle in Japan, of course. You got ramen everywhere, but that one it tastes fantastic. Like it's very, very tasty. And it just doesn't give me that stomach ache.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you eat cup noodle. You just know that you're gonna, have like a bad time on the toilet later.
Yeah, it doesn't taste good enough to warrant it,
No, it's not like, it's not like you ate something so freaking delicious and you're like, oh
It's
man,
worth it.
this is gonna be worth it.
Yeah. You know it's coming, but it's worth it in the moment, right?
Yeah, but cup noodle, it's not worth. That's for sure.
It's too mid.
Yeah, it's way too mid. All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's get it.
Dominator is our next map, with Bisu spawning down here in the bottom left, Light in the center right. Low ground main base, high ground natural. We're going to see a gasless fast expand here from Light. I think it's one of the stronger builds on this map. But we'll see. We've seen all kinds of different theories for Dominator, and it seems like Terran players could make most builds work on this map at this point.
My theory is that the pizza guy that cut this pizza calls himself the Dominator, because he dominates pizza. That's my theory, so.
It's kind of a power move, right? Like cutting the pizza all funky like this.
Yeah.
Just see if they'll complain, Like, go ahead, complain.
You don't want to mess with the people that prepare your food, I guess, right?
Yeah, you get the next one with a big loogie in the middle of it.
Extra cheese, man.
Extra cheese, yeah. Okay, he's gonna go for a gas build. All right.
Yeah.
I was expecting the high ground to be taken here, but he's just gonna play it out a little bit more normally. And Beast is not doing anything like forward gates or getting really aggressive just yet. He might still build the Zealot, send it across, and try to pressure Light, but he doesn't have to. He could just play his normal game. Yeah. He's already shown fantastic, easy, really, really strong skill with just a normal opener. And Arbiter's actually great on this map, by the way.
Yeah, well, the main issue with this map is not only do you have a low ground main base, which has obvious issues with it, but you have this tight high ground ring, so you can't see any air units coming into your base unless you've got something floating there. So turrets and such are a lot less effective when you're in a low ground compound like this. So yeah, things like arbiters and shuttles way more effective, and on this map especially I think you can get some pretty good value out of those units. So it's possible we'll see a similar build out of Bisu here.
Trying to do as much damage with this probe as possible. Bisu backs out before losing that, but any damage that he did could lead to some kills here as the Zealot arrives. He's going to be targeting those damaged SCVs. They do not repair, they do not heal. So he could get some kills before this Vulture comes out. Well, the factory just about done.
It is 11 gas, so the factory a tiny bit quicker than usual, which will allow him to, take this expansion a little bit safer. If this was a bit of a slower gas timing, the Vulture would be a lot longer behind, so has to respect the faster Vulture timing when he sees the factory that far done. He knows that the Vulture won't be far behind, so won't do critical damage here to Light, but it was a little bit annoying.
Almost got that SCV.
Yeah.
Would have been very nice for Bisu, but as it stands, nothing gained, nothing lost. Bisu gets the scout, he sees what's coming. He's going to keep that Dragoon back at home, ready for this Vulture, which is trying to take a pathway that is unlikely to have any units in it. Unlikely to get scouted here, but he's not going to be able to make it into the natural. He sees the Dragoon and backs away before even taking a single phase disruptor shot. So keeping that nice and healthy, he's going to have opportunities to dive in once again or just throw down mines in places that Bisu is going to be annoyed by.
Yeah, unless you got an SCV out on the map to repair that vulture, all damage will be permanent. So it's nice to be on top of the ball, so much so that you don't take any shots for free when you can help it. Obviously, shaving off the shields of the Dragoons way less efficient because it will just recharge. But as we can see here, it's almost inevitable that your vulture will take damage. So you want to use those hit points as a valuable resource to keep that vulture alive as long as possible, so that it can eventually lay mines at the third base and scout around the map a little bit for you. So you usually see a lot of plays in trying to kill this first vulture before the mine upgrade is ready.
Yeah, if you don't get those mines out on the map, you're at a pretty serious disadvantage, and you just won't be able to see when that third base comes down. And there are things that Protoss can do to really put on pressure to you when you just don't have the mines ready. A lot of resources has been, put into getting these mines out quickly. You got the very early factory. You got the upgrade right away, and that's not only minerals and gas, but it's also build time. We don't have tanks out yet. The factory's been taken up by these building out these vultures, and now he's going to throw down the mines. He gets the mine on the third base. He's done a really good job of avoiding the Dragoon so far, so really getting the value out of those units.
Yeah, and in an ideal world, the Terran player, generally speaking, wants to be able to produce vultures for as long as possible. Vultures are the attacking units, and tanks are the more defensive units. So if you can get away with it, you want to be on vulture production for as long as possible. That's why you always see Terran players go for these early gambits with the mines, and then Light is known for following this up with a vulture drop. Players on his team are always having their Dragoons in position in their main base just because of how often he goes for his vulture drop that we're seeing now. 2 Dragoons are in position. Bisu's well aware of that, but yeah, I mean, I don't think these vultures are going to get too much done here. Bisu's response is just pretty stellar. This is almost the perfect response to have a vulture drop. He will get a couple of these probes by being annoying and rotating around, but losing 2 or 3 probes to catch all those vultures is pretty good trade here. And the fact that he's denying any additional attempts from the vultures sneaking into the natural and what have you to prevent any additional damage, this is looking pretty good for Bisu.
Really standard stuff here from Light, trying to run into the natural with 2 vultures while the drop's going on. But yeah, you're totally right. Everything just being handled perfectly here by Bisu, not missing a beat. And he's going to be able to get into his next tech or try to take his third base at this... mine actually connects. Yep. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Imagine this one does too.
Okay. Getting a little lucky there. That's just an A click from Bisu. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But this drop is likely to come in once again. Do we still have the Dragoons in the main? Yeah, we do. And so Bisu, recognizing the potential for a secondary drop, going to clean that up really easily. 1 probe went down. Beautifully handled here by Bisu.
Yeah, Light is just so prone to go for these vulture drops that you're kind of a fool if you don't have any kind of anti-drop set up at that 6-minute mark. So it's nice to see the Protoss player dotting all of his I's, crossing all of his T's, and just playing an absolute standard game from start to finish and not cutting any corners. So he's not being as greedy as you can be as Protoss, but he's also disrupting anything Light is trying to throw at him right now. So even though he's not being greedy initially, will be able to find a lot of compensation in thwarting those early assaults. And now, even though his third base is a bit delayed, he'll be in a much better relative position for what Light wants to do here.
Bisu has a shuttle ready for any push that could come, but Light just going to sit back for now. And does he actually... Did he get a science facility as well? Or
no, I haven't seen it yet.
Usually when you go for the drop play,
he's playing 5
it's a little bit easier. A little bit easier to get into the +2 upgrade, get into that science facility. +1 is not quite done just yet, so maybe he's going to wait until that's a little bit closer to finishing before adding on the science facility. Right now, it's all about factories, trying to get those numbers up, pump out as many units as he can, and probably take this third base relatively soon. There's that command center getting dropped down.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's a very short push distance. Think about the difference, Shun, between the push distance to the third base on this map and the push distance to the third base on
Deja Vu.
deja vu.
Oh yeah, night and day difference, that's for sure. And it makes sense what Light's going for here. A much more mid-rangey style, just getting the 5 factories out, making sure you have a solid enough unit count, because your Vulture drop didn't do anything, so you're on the back foot. So you might as well just make sure you've got enough to take your third base to set yourself up for the mid-game here. And he knows that Bisu is likely to get, shuttles and reavers, so having the 5 factory just to not die is going to be great for him too.
Taking a look at the setup in the main, Light has mines all around. Look at that mine on the right hand side.
Yeah,
that's an experiential, like a mine where you only place that there when you've played thousands of games and you just know that you died to reavers being placed right in that exact spot.
Well, if you analyzed your games and just thought to yourself, okay, could I have won this game had I had a mine here or here, and you start to think about those sort of things, and eventually you start to calculate, okay, I need this amount of stuff to just not die, and eventually you figure it out. But it does take hundreds and thousands of games of analysis. 2 shuttles coming into the main base now. There is some pretty good turret placements here, but with the 2 shuttles coming with speed, we'll be able to unload pretty much every single unit and get a lot of damage done in the main base, already taking out the tank and one of these turrets. Even if this drop doesn't do enough damage, it's okay, because he's killing off the turrets and opening up the position to be attacked again in the future. So a lot of damage is being done both now and maybe to the future as well. Didn't lose this other turret at least, so didn't take too much damage here, but I would say this is going pretty good for Bisu, all things considered.
Well, Bisu, I mean, he opened up the turret. He killed the turret there so that he could actually retreat with the Reaver as well.
Yeah.
But Light was a little bit too quick with the Goliaths getting in there and sniping down that shuttle, so didn't go as well for Bisu as you might expect. Pretty much due to the setup here from Light just being right on point. Now, Dragoons are pushing forward. That's a lot of tanks on high ground, so unlikely he'll be able to bust through. But if he gets some really good Zealot bombs on top of this, some Reavers in the mix as well, he could potentially bust in. He gets 3 Zealots out of that first shuttle. The rest of the Zealots are going to be dumped on top of those tanks in the background, and this is so many Protoss forces. He's actually chunking through this army, and already a lot of tanks have been lost. Can he get this mine? Good targeting here by Bisu. Bisu known for his Dragoon control and his ability to dodge mines and kill mines as they're being thrown down. Light just not able to get good connections with any of this, and the setup was looking pretty strong, but the timing there with the shuttles coming in and just dumping on top of those tanks was a little bit too good. If we'd had 4 Goliaths, he could have 2-shot one of those shuttles and made it a lot harder, but with just 3 Goliaths, he wasn't able to pick those off before everything got unloaded. And man, Bisu takes a great fight there.
Yeah, resetting the tank count is huge. I mean, he doesn't have to kill Light straight up. Just resetting the tank count is a really big deal. Now he's going to be loading up his expansion with probes and kicking his economy into high gear now. And yeah, just resetting the tank count, like, kind of just puts Light on the back foot even more, and he won't be able to push for some time now. It kind of just gives the ball to Bisu to do whatever he wishes with. We finally see that science facility out of Light, but it's pretty late, relatively speaking, so we'll be behind on the upgrade front as well, so not going to be trading too cost efficiently for some time, and that might be just enough of an advantage for Bisu to thwart any attempts from Light to secure a 4th base unchallenged here.
Yeah, looking at this game, I mean, I like the choice to grab the science facility now. I think it's the only choice that makes sense. You're not going to be able to push. It's kind of like admitting that you're not going to be able to push. Oh my god, amazing storm there. Fantastic mine drag as well. He actually stormed before the mine even connected on the Templar, which is rarely the case, but it ends up doing even more damage than if it had just been a storm. That was some incredible SCV kill damage there, and what I was trying to say just a moment ago is that you're kind of admitting that you're not going to be able to push, 6 fact, 7 fact, whatever. It's just not going to end up working, and we're going to take this as late as possible. We're going to probably try to get a 4th and go to like +3, wait for a max out before pushing across the map. Oh my god, just as I'm saying that, Light starts to pull the trigger. I am very shocked that he's going to try and push right now. He does get the one though.
I think he distracted Bisu in the main base enough with the vultures to be annoying enough to feel like he had a window to try and come out into the center of the board a little bit here. He needs to be very cautious. I like this. Mining up this southern ridge before going any further. This is a good play from him. Now if he consolidates his forces right here, maybe this won't be too bad. He's already covered his southern flank with this minefield. So this could work for him. He just has to be careful with how he positions his units because Bisu could bowl him over at a moment's notice if he's out of position, but so far he's entrenched himself nicely. This is a very hard position to attack into without a lot of shuttles.
40 supply advantage right now for Bisu. That's a nice mine. He hasn't cleared this out too well, and the position from Light is pretty strong, right? He's in that kind of gap between those two ridges, which is hard to push into. Bisu going to head northward now. Not a lot of these tanks are actually going to be firing during this fight. A lot of them are over here on the left-hand side, and Zealots are going to be jumping on top of those, actually picking those off in the back line where Vultures are not helping them, but all the Zealots have disappeared here. Light's actually taken an amazing fight, and we're completely even on the supply. This is insane, Shun. How did he manage this?
It's like watching Flash versus Bisu back in the day. It was kind of crazy. Like, even though Bisu wasn't great in PvT, he had exceptional Dragoon micro, and watching him like do the little fancy Dragoon micro with Flash, and this is kind of giving me a little bit of reminiscence on those days. This is really stellar stuff out of Light, and I think he might have enough gas in the tank to go all the way here. If he can just knock out this Nexus, get on top of the rally point, Bisu might just be dead. Like, Bisu's only got a tiny window to consolidate his forces here and try and mount some kind of counter-attack, but there might not be enough units coming out of these gateways to do it. I don't think Light's going to press the issue, though. I think he's just going to chill on this ridge line and wait for more reinforcements while taking his fourth. But Bisu is going to have to scramble enough units to push out right now, because he's not going to, if he doesn't get this expansion up online, Light's going to come like be fine in this game. I think Bisu's like lost all of his lead now at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Bisu was looking fantastic right up until that fight, but Light got the position and Bisu was not ready. I think you were totally right saying that he was distracted with the drop going on in the main, and he didn't have his army out on the map to challenge that push forward, and Light got to the position, the exact position that he wanted to be in, and took the exact fight that he was looking for. That couldn't have gone any better for Light if Bisu had just AFK'd and let the army run in. I don't think we could have, had a better fight there. Just insane levels of damage and an insane overall supply swing, because remember, 40 supply advantage for Bisu before that fight. Now we're sitting here nearly even. Storm's going to come down on this one tank, but that's a lot of Zealots, and there's just pure Vulture sitting here and mincing them as they come forward. He does cut off the top part of this army and pushes it back, but I mean, Bisu's army is looking so small. He's behind in supply right now.
Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy. I'm actually quite impressed by Light's army control. He was trying to bait Bisu into attacking into that choke and didn't really commit that many forces to the north. So Bisu wasn't really able to exploit anything there. He's kind of denying any options from Bisu. So any questions that Bisu asks of Light, Light's had an answer for. And now Light's wanting to take a fifth base. The shuttle might decide to slow this down, though. I don't think he's going to let that go unchallenged. Will be a little bit annoying here. Maybe get some good SCV kills. Does manage to get the pull out on there, but pretty good follow-up. Storm's going to be getting some of those kills and morphing an Archon. I don't know, though. Like, this game honestly could go on for a while. Like, it's possible we might have like a 25-30 minute game on our hands.
Possible, but the way Light's playing this, I feel like he's getting closer and closer to a win. If any of you guys are struggling on this map as a Terran player, look at the position that Light is keeping his tanks. That is exactly the right spot to deny big Protoss armies like this. Just deny them any sort of reasonable fight. Oh my god, he's right on top of his own mines here. The dive through with the shuttle doesn't quite get the mine drags that he might have been looking for, but he almost wiped out all the Vultures. There's 3 Vultures in this army right now, Jun. Can he get on top of this with all of his Zealots? That's a great storm right there, and the Zealots are running forward. Did Light make a big mistake? He was sitting right on top of his mines earlier, and he took so much damage from them.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about saying. I feel like Light was a little bit spread thinly there, and now this 6 o'clock base isn't going to be underway, so going to be resorted to just a 3 base economy. Main base already mined out. Bisu's just tapping out? Okay.
Wow. Bisu gives up here. Little bit of a surprising result at the end, but I mean, it's frustrating when you're far ahead of your opponent and then they take a position like that on the map and you take such a bad fight. I feel the frustration right now from Bisu, but he carried his race pretty far along in this week of KCM. He did a really good job picking off quite a few of these Terran and Zerg players and set himself or his squad up for a great finale. Soul Key versus Light is the game we're going to get next, and still Stork and Mini waiting in the background, so let's jump into those next games.
I'm a little bit speechless that Bisu just threw in the towel without even trying to fight for it. I mean, Light's main and natural are pretty much mined out. He's only mining a mineral only and 1 gas expansion besides that. Honestly, like, Bisu's position is not great, but it's not unplayable. Do you think he rage quit a little bit? Like, he just got frustrated and like rage quit the game? I feel like he could have hung in there a little bit longer.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that last fight was actually pretty reasonable for him, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So many vultures died.
And he denied the expansion going up, so he's not mining that much gas as well. Is like,
no. Yeah, it was a little surprising. Maybe there was something else going on that we didn't see.
Maybe. I felt like he was a lot, not in a good position, but definitely in the game.
For sure.
That was
all right.
Weird GG timing, I think.
Yeah. Light versus Soul Key. Our next match. Shun, I know you want to talk about that last game. What do you think about Bisu leaving early there?
I don't know. I feel like it almost seemed like a bit of a rage quit to me, honestly. Like the frustrations got to him too much because there was a lot more blood in that game than I think he gave credit for. I mean, Light's main and natural were pretty much mined out, and he denied the 5th base coming online, so it's only a mineral only and 1 gas expansion that Light's mining on. And even though you lost the expansion and Light's being a bit annoying, you just killed a lot of his tanks. He's not mining a lot of gas. He's mined out in his main and natural. I feel like he had a lot more life in that game than he was giving himself credit for. I don't know if he just rage quit or got frustrated or misread the game state, but I feel like that was a little bit of an early GG.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we missed something. Maybe something else was happening on the map that we didn't get.
Possibly.
The observer might have missed. I don't know. It's
I might have to go
hard
back
to
later.
Judge, though.
I might have to go back
It's
later
hard
and look at that game again.
Yeah, it's hard to judge for us as the spectators with the view of, you know, the overall supply count. We see how much money is in the bank and everything. Plus, we can see both sides, but it's even harder to tell as a player when you're only working with half the information.
Yeah.
Maybe Bisu thought that 6 o'clock had been, you know, finished and was going to be mining in just a second, but that was not the case, and potentially early tap out after a really good run there. Now we've got Soul Key spawning here in the bottom left. He is opening with a 12 hatch, pretty standard on kickback to get a little greedy.
Yeah. The question really is how much more greedier is he going to be? And it looks like the answer is not greedy at all. Just a very fast lair timing going to be coming out from Soul Key, most likely. Nothing crazy like a 3 hatch before pool or anything like that. So with it being cross spawn though, he won't be able to take full advantage of that. It would be nice if it was like vertical or horizontal, because he could put a lot of pressure on with a 2 hatch muter timing. But with Light getting the top right pocket in cross map, I feel like Light's gonna have he's gonna go mech, I think, maybe as well. 1-1. He might go fast into Valkyries here, and with it being cross map, that might give him even more of a chance against Soul Key.
Yeah, the Terran players have been trying a lot of this stuff versus Soul Key, because the standard 2 racks Marine play or Stim Rush just hasn't really been cutting it lately.
Yeah.
And also Light sees that it's cross map. Maybe that's factoring into his decision to start the factory. But yeah, he is going to be teching a lot faster. And there's also the fact that Sulky can't get into this base. He's got the wall, and there's no way to get the Overlord into that main before Marines are out. So he's not even going to be able to send the Overlord in to spot this. I think this is a great setup for Light to potentially take down the 2-time ASL champion, man.
Yeah, I mean, it may even be a vulture drop into Valkyrie, which would be very interesting. Because if Sulky just makes a single sunken in this choke point and doesn't get link speed, those vultures potentially could get a lot of damage done if he does decide to go for a vulture drop star.
So he's going to build that sunken colony. This is always a little bit like mysterious to me how Sulky was able to, with the vision, the very limited amount of vision that he gained with that first drone scout, figure out that there was a vulture coming. Maybe he was already expecting it, but he's got the sunken here. There's no way you're getting by that. Oh, I think he can get by with just 2 hits.
Yeah, he can. It's kind of crazy. And now
that's rough.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to box in the vulture, but sometimes if you can't quite get it, it will slide to the left like this. Oh, this is the worst case scenario. This is really annoying to deal with as a Zerg player, but he will catch it eventually. It's just so much lost mining time right before you got some lings out to deal with it. It's just an absolute nightmare to lose that much mining time early on. Every like second those drones aren't mining, so many minerals are going down the drain, and you've lost all your optimized mining path on the drones as well. So yeah, it's a nightmare, honestly. Like, worst case scenario here for Sulky, but he's such a champion tier player that these small upsets don't really phase him nearly as much as they would do another Zerg player, to be fair.
That we are definitely in agreement. Sulky is such a cool player, just absolutely cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
This guy does not get phased by anything. You can watch him play in the ASL and his face cam during the games. He is like a stone the entire time the game is going on. He never reacts. He's not like a mini or something like that who's shaking his head through the game whenever something goes wrong, or, you know, slumping over in his chair. Sulky just stone-faced, hard as a rock. This guy has been through everything, and he knows exactly the mentality needed to be a champion, and he never lets that mask slip.
Oh, absolutely. He's got psychopathic levels of stoicism just radiating through his body, saying, and that's what you kind of need to be able to handle a game of this caliber. Like, it's one thing having the mechanical skill to compete at the highest level in this game. It's another to keep your composure on stage where everything's on the line. And he's been able to do it in quite consistent fashion. And who knows, this might be another season of SSL he'll add under his belt as well and get another title. It's very possible. He's probably the favorite to get another title right now, that's for sure.
That's what they should do. They should, with the new SSL, you know, the ASL had trophies. The SSL should have belts. I think that would be better.
Yeah, I like it.
You get like a WWE style belt for winning the SSL.
Yeah, they need to do it.
I think that'd be pretty hype.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting you know, two port Wraith play here from Light, and you know, we had Speed try this style, and Speed is one of those players who's really good with Wraith control, but I actually thought that Light's
better.
Really one of the best.
Yeah, no, Light.
He does it a lot more rarely, but he is insanely good with this, and he's going to be splitting his Wraiths, hitting different locations, and that's where things really get crazy, and Light is the best at doing this.
Yeah, Light is the OG at this style of play. Like, there's a few Terrans now that can do this style very effectively, but Light was the OG at Wraith control. He's the one that kind of, like, you know, made it look as crazy as this. So he's like the Bisu of Wraith control in a sense. And yeah, he's kind of like having a good showing of that thus far, really putting Sulky and pushing Sulky to the limits here and trying to come in at multiple angles before we can get the Spore Connolly set up to stabilize. And usually Sulky's the one asking questions of the Terran player at this point, and it's not been that way around. Light's been in pretty much strong control of the game, now going to be going around the map, hunting down some of these Zerglings. It is possible that Burrow is on the way, so you want to hunt down these Zerglings before the Burrow upgrade finishes so that he can't just borrow borrow lings around the map and scout you, so it's good if you can hunt down these lings while you've still got time.
Oh, very fast hive out of Sulky. He hasn't even put the third gas down yet. Has hardly any drones over at that third base, but he's already got the hive finished at 8 minutes.
It's pretty fast. It's pretty fast.
I mean, that is very quick.
Devour.
And so he never even looked like he went hive before he went overlord speed. That is really, really rare.
Yeah. No, it's...
And what is the tech?
I mean, I was thinking, does he make like one Devour? Oh, he's on an actual queen.
Huh?
Okay, he's gonna
we don't need
ensnare
for a queen.
Yeah, but he's gonna ensnare the Wraiths and try and get a tempo play with that. That's a high risk play, and he's going straight into Ultralisk Cavern. Okay, this is interesting. He's basically just going to do a crazy Zerg style with an ensnare catch on these Wraiths as a bit of a gambit here. This could go horribly wrong or amazingly well here for Sulky. If he's got the execution to pull this off, then all the power to him, but Light's really on top of things. If he avoids the end snare with the Wraiths, this could go horribly wrong for Sulky.
I feel like we're missing one critical resource here. Oh, this is a great scout. Sending the Scourge out. He sees the Marine Medic moving across the map, and this is the critical missing resource that I was talking about. The Sunken Colony line that is typical for a Crazy Zerg player was missing here. But you know what? Maybe with the Queen, you can cast the Ensnare on these Wraiths, or you can throw it on the Marines. Either one is pretty strong.
Yeah, both.
Using a few drones over here. Oh, he gets it. Pulls out the irradiated Mita insanely fast as well. Now, can he actually utilize this? I don't think so, but at least it's not a good idea to engage here for a little bit.
Right.
Light is probably going to wait for a moment, and that's going to buy some time.
These Wraiths, they're still going to try and micro, even though they're moving at basically half speed. Like, they're still going to try and get some snipes here. You have to admire it. But yeah, basically, you're just trying to delay the attack from Terran, and you do the same against Bio. You just throw a few end snares down to delay the bust and what have you. Honestly, though, like, I'm curious, is Light going to be able to do enough damage here to actually, like, keep Sulky on the back foot, or is Sulky just going to make enough ultras that he bowls him over in this game? Because honestly, he's done a great job of mitigating the damage from these Wraiths.
Yeah, he's picking off a lot of these. There's only 6 remaining, and 2 of them are really, really low. Another Sunken Colony going to come up, and it seems like Light wants to take another CC here. I mean, he's killing off some drones. Another Ensnare does miss. You kind of got to predict where this Wraiths are going to be.
Yeah.
And hit it perfectly in order to get those Wraiths. But I mean, it's tough. It's really, really tough to land an Ensnare, especially under pressure. And the fact that he landed 1 was pretty impressive. Landing 2 would have been insane. He kind of misses it, kind of whiffs, but he's almost got the angle here. Not quite able to chase down those Wraiths. I think they're completely out of energy, so if he was able to find those, he would have done a lot of damage.
That irradiate.
Oh man, that irradiate's doing so much damage. Holy, he finally pulls that out. That was like the highest HP Mutalisk in the Clumption.
Yeah, that was probably... I wonder if he... Like, some Terran players are so particular, they'll actually, like, left-click on the muters to make sure they don't accidentally irradiate a low HP one. I wonder if Light did that there, or if he just got lucky. Because sometimes Terran players put in the time to actually, like, quickly click on a muter to make sure it's a high HP one. But sometimes you don't have time to do that. So I'm wondering if Light actually got lucky there, or if he was, like, clever enough to actually figure that out. Because a lot of those muters are bruised.
Well, he had the time, I think, because he was pulling back the Wraiths. He had vision of the mutas for a little bit more time than you might usually.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that could have been a factor. If that is the case, that is a very clutch play because he killed so much with that 1 irradiate. Sulky really doesn't have any air dominance anymore, even though the Wraith play has been shut down so much. There's hardly any Wraiths remaining. He doesn't even have enough mutas to challenge the Wraiths at this point.
Yeah, and +2 only just now finished for Light, but Sulky's already been sitting on 4-1 on those ultras, so he's ahead of the upgrade curve. So he'll never be behind. Yeah, this is rough for Light. that the Ultras will always be trading well from now on. There might even be a window where they've got an upgrade advantage for at least 10-20 seconds as well.
Well, watch the map, guys. We're going to have some more bases thrown down here shortly from Solki. He is on 3 base right now. 3 gas it's possible to go to Ultra like this, but you need more gases to come online. And even more so on this map because the gases are going to run out sooner.
Yeah.
These gases are very low yield. They don't have a whole lot of resources at each gas. So you have to get more bases online even faster than on a regular map. And you need at least 2 more bases just to have 3 gas once again. Yeah. So it's gonna be tough. He needs more bases really, really soon. 1 has just been thrown down in the bottom right, but I expect to see many more thrown out on the map. And Light is doing a good job of scouting out everything. These irradiates are insane. They're doing so much damage, and the Scourge are gonna go down. Things are really going wrong for Solki, even though he has that big upgrade advantage.
Yeah, so far so good for Light, has to be said. But yeah, I have to just reiterate and steel man you a little bit. The difference of the gas, it's 3,000 instead of 5,000, so it runs out 6.5 minutes quicker with 3 workers mining. So it's a really big difference. You have to get these extra bases up really quickly. So if Solki can't get this base up in the bottom right, Light might have just won by positional advantage, just denying the 4th gas getting online ever. I mean, Light might have done it. I think this is kind of crazy.
Well, Light's going to send everything to the bottom right, and that's going to open up a pathway for Solki to potentially send another drone out and maybe grab a base here. There's 1 Wraith, but that's not enough to deny the drone from landing this hatchery. And he can even throw out more bases over towards the top right, like just start throwing drones everywhere to hopefully hold down a base someplace. We've got 2 Queens out here still. He's going to throw down some parasites, in fact. And parasite works by revealing all of the vision that the science vessel... It really steals the eyes of the science vessel. It's like putting a bug behind its eyes. And it can now you can see everything that the science vessel sees. But there are so many science vessels here, Shun. This is really rough. That's a great ensnare, though. And this surround is so good. Shun, is he doing it?
Just barely, I think.
Getting an insane surround here, and once this bio ball is dead, it opens up the map for many bases to get thrown down.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, like the upgrade advantage is still in Solki's favor, so there'll never be a time where it's like +3 Marines and the Ultralisks don't have 5 armor. Like that won't happen. They do have a drop here though at the 3rd base, so this is denying mining and getting a little bit done here. So it's some pretty good pressure here from Light. I'm not sure this is exactly what he needs to come out ahead in this game for sure, but I mean, if Solki gets this 4th gas online, I'm so worried for Light, because Light's gases are going to run out very imminently, and a Terran player that can't keep growing while applying pressure will just wither and die. And Solki's already got all of his upgrades pretty much online now. We're just seeing now, and so now finally we see the +3 weapons on these Marines, and Solki's already sitting on his +5 armor. So Light's in a little bit of trouble unless he can somehow muster up a crazy amount of bio in a big blob to gun down these Ultras. It's so hard to control this amount of bio, though. There's so many hotkeys that need to be utilized.
Well, what we can say for sure is Light has an insane number of vessels here. Oh, and he's got to restore, so he can get rid of the parasite. That's funny.
Ooh,
there it is. Huge irradiates on a bunch of these Ultras. He is going to cordon off a small group of Marines here and actually pick them off. But that is so many irradiates. Oh my god. Dude, Light has done such a good job of keeping all of these vessels alive. This might actually be the key to his victory in this game.
Solki needs Plague to win now, I think. I think Solki cannot win without utilizing Plague now, and that's actually a big issue, because it means he has to cut production of Ultras to be able to get the Plague online, and the small window where you stop pumping like critical mass of Ultras, and you're only just now getting a 4th gas online, and now your 2nd and 3rd gas are starting to become depleted. There's not enough gas available to Solki to do everything. He's trying to throw all his eggs into the Ultralist basket right now. I don't think he wants to transition into Plague just yet.
Where are the Scourge? That's so many vessels, and he's going to throw down some of these. Oh, that's a great ensnare, by the way. The ensnare on some of these vessels as well. It helps so much in actually cleaning them up. He's killing all the Marines once again, so he will actually kill this force, but Marines making their way into the top left. He's actually got to stop that from happening so he can get this extra gas online. Like I said, he doesn't just need one gas to come online. He needs multiple here, and a drop over in the third base as well. Light is tearing him apart. Some Mutalists come forward, but there's no plague on these vessels, so it's not like you can just kill them in one hit. He has to actually chase these down, and the drop is just dealing so much here. So much damage from this drop. So many drones going down. Sulky. I mean, he's taken some great fights. He's picked off a lot of Marines, but I think he's being pulled apart slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Light is taking advantages in this game. I just don't think he can make them up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to recover. I mean, these gases are now depleted, so you're gaining 75 gas a minute maximum from these depleted geysers. It's just not enough to churn out what Sulky needs right now. And he's only got one gas to replace, like you say. Hasn't got the double gas to replace those two that are now depleted, and inversely Light's going to be getting this other gas online, and he's already got tons of gas in the bank because these vessels have been so cost efficient. He hasn't even been needing to make any more, so he's just got loads of resources in the bank as well. So Light is sitting pretty and has such a big bio blob that I think Queen might be tapping out soon. I don't know if he can continue much longer.
You know, this is something that I often do with Crazy Zerg as well, and it's a neglecting Scourge, neglecting the killers. Like, here's Scourge, a wave of Scourge coming out now, but we needed this when we were cleaning up the bio balls. We needed these Scourge to come in with the combo of the Ultras to, distract the Marines and then pick off a huge amount of vessels so that we can stop getting irradiated and dematrixed to death. And I don't think he can put together that same force. I don't think that he has the overall gas income to make that happen. Now he's going to come forward with 2 Ultras and try to take this fight. Here comes those Scourge. He's cloned a lot of them onto a ton of different vessels, but I feel like this is a little bit too little too late. This is the fight that he actually needed a few minutes ago, and Light is just going to continue to drop. He's going to continue to radiate everything, and Sulky just does not have the gas income to deal with it all.
Yeah, this Light is just running a Terran 101 on Sulky, like growing constantly while applying pressure. Every time Sulky tries to come out onto the map, we see a drop coming in. Beautiful utilization of defense matrix as well, just making those trades so inefficient for Sulky. And he's starting to dry up like crazy now. These bunkers at the expansions are critical against Crazy Zerg as well. Just needs to sandbag the Ultraling as much as possible. GG finally tapping out. The entire Zerg squad's wiped out, saying there's only Stalk or Mini waiting. Can Light go all the way and kill all the Protoss here, or do you think he's going to get taken out?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect at this point. I certainly did not expect Sulky to go down so quickly.
Yeah,
it seems like he had a pretty decent game plan here for Kickback, but wasn't able to kill those vessels, and the value of those units was insane this game. I think you'll agree, Shun. The Wraiths did great, but the vessels were really the killer here.
Absolutely.
That shut out Sulky from any chance of coming back. What a series of games we're having here today, guys. Take a minute out of your day, go down to the description, hit that first link, go give a like to KCM, leave him a comment as well as we get into potentially the last game of the night. Stork or Mini, who's going to be sent out next year against Light?
Whew. Who do you want it to be? I want to see Stork. I want to guarantee a Stork game, so I want Stork out first. Come on.
We got Stork.
Yes!
Nice. Okay, let's go.
Get it.
It's Stork. He's being sent out here to take on Light. Happy to see it, Shun.
Christmas.
Wanted to see more of Stork.
Christmas is early. I'm a happy camper.
Yeah, there's been a long period of time where Stork was just not an exciting player for me, that I was not looking forward to seeing this guy play. Like, Whenever he was in the lineup, I was just kind of imagining he was going to get taken out early, and I was usually right that he would be taken down with kind of a poor performance, but this is the new Stork, Shun. This is the Stork that recently all-killed here in KCM and has been dominating in every tournament. I mean, it's a whole new world here with Stork at the level that he's managed to make himself.
You just can't get rid of this dinosaur, saying. I mean, they tried to take him out with a giant asteroid. They tried to take him out by like turning him into oil to power their siege tanks, and now he's back with a vengeance, and he's hungry, and I'm feeling it. I feel like there's something in the cards for this guy in the future.
Oh, he's definitely hungry. You can tell this guy has been putting in the hours, grinding out games, lots of practice, maybe with some new practice partners, maybe with some old practice partners. I wonder who's helping him to prepare.
We've got a lot of friends,
whoever it is,
pros,
I mean,
so I think,
for sure.
Yeah, he'd have mostly his pick of who to practice with, I imagine. And if he's performing, people are going to be happy to practice with him. That's the thing. The better he performs, it's going to be even easier for him to practice.
Absolutely. And I'm taking a close look at his build. Nothing out of the ordinary here just yet. Dragoon's going to be coming across the map. But the brilliance of Stork's kind of rise here as of late hasn't been like, kind of a shine style where he's suddenly doing very, very well with some, crazy builds. He has just become massively solid with the most standard stuff that we have right now. The newest builds, the best builds in this current meta. He's just become so good at executing them. It's a different type of rise that we've seen out of Stork recently. Yeah,
he's not doing anything fancy. He most of the time doing very standard, safe builds, just executing them so well and just being an absolute monster recently. We see Light here is trying to skimp out on this bunker, leaving it at 99%. He doesn't want to complete that if he doesn't have to, so he can save like 70 or so minerals here if he realizes that there's no pressure coming his way.
He will cancel that. Refunds those minerals, and he can utilize those in throwing down an extra factory or a starport a little bit earlier. He's going to push out with 3 Marines and a tank. Maybe try to surprise a Dragoon on the high ground or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
but I don't... Well, maybe he can push any. There's only one Gateway Dragoon coming right now.
Yeah, well, this is the timing for Protoss players to try and take a very greedy Nexus. So this is a way of punishing that. So if you cut units and just have like 1 Gateway worth of production, you try and take a 5-minute third, this punishes that. And it also allows you to mine up the location securely as well. So applying pressure without committing to the attack. I don't think Light's going to try and do anything here. He's just like, going to make sure he's get all the position in the world to lay down the mines that he wants to lay down and make sure that Stork isn't getting away with something too greedy here.
Stork's hiding a probe. He was thinking about doing something. Taking a base or something, I'm not sure. He's got 2 Dragoons over there on the high ground. You're totally right. Light just gonna push forward here and check for a base. Lay down a few mines and head back home. No more aggression here. He's not going to do anything crazy like what we saw out of Sharp earlier, where he keeps the tanks out on the map. He's going to bring those into the safe protection, the safe harbor here of his natural, and set himself up to defend against this incoming Reaver shuttle that we're likely to see out of Stork.
Yeah. Well, now that he's isolated Stork onto a much more mid-range style, he knows the possibilities are a little bit more endless. Obviously, if you know your opponent's being greedy, you know that he's not invested in that tech early, but knowing that he's on 2 base and made about 2 gateways worth of units, you don't really know what exactly he'll go for, but he can be pretty certain that it's probably going to be some kind of robo-tech into a standard game, so trying to apply pressure though with this 3-tank move out. I do kind of like it. He's assuming that Stork maybe has cut a little bit of Dragoons here. If he hasn't made non-stop Dragoons, he may be a little bit weak to this push, but he has got the high ground with enough Dragoons here. I don't think Light's going to find the damage he was hoping for.
Ooh, he's going to lose tanks. Yeah, great dive here from Stork. The Vultures were off on the side.
Wow.
You know, below the Dragoons there. He loses 2 tanks really fast. Can he get one more shot? He does get it. All 3 tanks go down, and this was a perfect hold from Stork. He's going to get away with an insanely fast Nexus and kills off tanks. This is such a good spot here for our Protoss. He loses the rest of the Dragoons, and there's still Marines here, but without any tanks, how are you going to have any staying power against Dragoon and these observers here? He's just got to be careful not to let any Vultures into his main, and he's doing so.
Yeah, he will let the Nexus get a little bit low here. It's going to get his shield shaved off and some hull damage as well, but eventually I think he'll have enough Dragoons to just come out, clean out the mines, and deal with this little push here. But crazy game sense and star sense for Stork to just identify that the tanks were not well supported and that Light was trying to be a little bit cheeky with his Vultures on the southern flank, and just completely punishes it, and just barely as well. Like, if that goes even a little bit differently, he's gonna get the Nexus. Okay, this is a little bit crazy. I thought Stork would be able to come in here and save this with the Nexus like barely surviving on like 100 or 200 hit points, but no, he actually had just barely enough DPS output to actually kill the Nexus. So this game's actually a lot more different than I thought it was going to be. So Light's actually in a much better position than he probably should be. This went pretty well for him, considering the bit of a blunder there by getting his tanks caught.
Wow. Those Marines adding on that little extra bit of DPS turned out to be insanely impactful. I think there was a slight mistake here made by Stork. He was trying not to allow the Vultures in. And, I mean, he also got severely unlucky there, right? He was trying to hit the mines and missed like 6 shots in a row trying to hit that mine. So it really delayed him quite significantly. But had he just built a building in that wall, so that he only needed 1 Dragoon, or maybe you can even, I'm not sure if you can do this. Can you do this on this map? Shouldn't build put an extra building in the wall to just make it impassable, and then just send 4 Dragoons out on the map to deal with that. He needed to get the Dragoons forward a little bit sooner, but he was worried about the Vulture run by. Just throwing down extra buildings might have been worth it, might have allowed him to save that Nexus, but you can see that Stork was surprised by the amount of DPS put out there as well.
It would have been a viable option. It's just not as min-maxy because you're losing minerals on the cancelling of the buildings when you want to cancel them, and also the micromanagement can like fluster you a little bit. So usually players won't go for that option just because it's like they don't want to juggle that because they're not used to doing that. So they usually opt not to do that kind of style, even though it sometimes can be probably the right call. It's just people tend to shy away from that option.
This is some sort of 6 factory play from Light, and he's actually added 3. He's got 3 add-ons going as well. There might actually be more than 6 here. Is there 7 factories in that main base? I was kind of looking at it as an odd number.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah, 7 factory. So he's going to go ahead and do some sort of massive push. And Stork is upgrading air weapon. He's getting ready to switch into carrier here, kind of falling back on the old faithful. But I'm not sure that he's going to be ready with carrier by the time Light's pushing.
This would have been good if Light was playing like 5 factory into expansion and then going into upgrade Terran. This will not be good against 7 factory that wants to push you. This is like the counter to what Stork is doing. So at the moment he's blind countering Stork. So yeah, this game is going a little bit unfortunate for him, unfortunately. Yeah, here's what it is though.
Oh my god. Those Reavers just got so much damage. Oh, but the mines behind this are insane. They actually push the Dragoons back into the tanks as well. I thought that was actually going to go a lot better for Stork, but as it stands, I think that Light has a good chance to just push across the map now and punish.
Absolutely. it's not looking too hot for Stork right now. I mean, he would need like very high level micro to be able to get out of this situation without any damage being done to him. There's so many tanks that are getting on top of his rally point right now, and he's got a small contingency of Dragoons waiting to intercept some rally units. He's going to try and maybe do a pincer maneuver on that with these Dragoons that are on the flank and with the other Dragoons moving into the rally point, but he's not got enough back at home to really deal with these tanks that are just pressuring him. He's dropping some zealots, killing a couple of tanks here and there, trying to kill and cut off all the rally of light to see if he can eventually clear this up by cutting off all the reinforcements. It's a very ambitious move, but maybe he can come into the natural with these Dragoons and kill these rallied units. If he gets these 2 tanks, he can stop the mining at this natural at least, and this could go a little bit horribly wrong for Light if he's not able to do enough damage quickly enough with his army outside the rally point.
Oh my goodness, this counter attack is insane. He's killing so many SCVs. Stork. Oh, he's forcing him to turn around. That's crazy. He knows he's going to lose so much mining and so many SCVs.
Holy Stork.
Could even start to lose a huge amount of army supply coming out of these factors as well. And it looks like he's going to trap and kill all these tanks, but Stork's going to trade the best that he can by just focusing down the tanks that are low HP. He's going to get so many of these. Oh, 1 tank in the middle there was actually a good target as well. But
look at the supplies.
Dude, he's
wow.
done so well with this counterattack, and Stork has carriers out. Is he actually going to be able to do this?
Oh my god, Saiyan, what is going on? Like, I was thinking earlier, like, it's one thing for Stork to play well from a good position, but if he can win games like this, where things haven't gone his way, beautiful snipes with these Reavers, if he can somehow win this game, I'm going to be so impressed, Saiyan. Holy, is Stork back, guys? This is absolutely madness here. Hasn't really got a lot of forces, but he's clearing up as many of these Goliaths as he can so that his carriers can go to work. It doesn't matter if the tanks live now. He just wants to make sure that he can whittle down as many of these Goliaths, and he has killed a fair few of the tanks as well still. This is an absolute madness game, and Light hasn't expanded. He's still committed on to the 7 factory 2 base timing, and Stork has managed to survive and transition. Now he will have 4 carriers coming out soon that can actually start to fight this army. This is wild stuff we're seeing here, Sam.
The Reaver play from Stork has been insanely good this game. It's really kept him alive, and this shuttle, so low on that HP, is bringing 2 Reavers around this map. That is wild. They're actually in a bit of a rough position right now, as they're not available to help him stop this push that's coming in right now. Some more Dragoons do pop out, though, at a very opportune time, and they may be able to hold on against the Vultures and Goliaths that are pushing in right now, but these carriers need to get online. They need to get online now. Where are the Reavers as well? Oh, good mine connection there. There's some Reavers coming. Just blocking reinforcements here, but Light's going to go around that and try to reinforce. We need these Reavers to do really, really well against the Goliaths. There's only 1 tank left. If he could just come in and pick off that tank, he can actually advance with the Reaver, and I think he can finish this off.
Yeah, and the 4th carrier's just now popped. Once those interceptors start to come online, they'll have the teeth they need to really start to chew into this Terran metal. But right now, there's enough Goliaths to start to fight back. Takes out the shuttle very quickly. Both Reavers pop like a zit, and now it's just a remainder of the Dragoons and carriers. But now that there's 4 carriers out, they can start to fight this Terran army. There might just barely be enough Goliaths that he can thin out the interceptors before they get too much online. But it doesn't look like that's going to be transpiring. It looks like there's just enough interceptors to overwhelm these Terran forces and start to get a tempo swing here. I think Stork's just barely done it.
Yeah, I think he's done it. He's going to kill the last of the Goliaths. Some Vultures are going to run in, try to kill some probes. Nice mine connection there, but the Dragoons will eventually come down to deal with this, and he'll keep the majority of the probes alive, whereas he's done massive damage with that most recent counterattack into Light's natural. He killed so many SCVs. There's not a lot of economy behind this, and Light is going to have to turn around, run home with like 3 tanks. He's making hardly anything right now aside from a couple of Goliaths. He's got 7 factories. I can't imagine more than 4 of those are actually blinking at this point.
Yeah, this is kind of wild that and Stork is known for going carriers as well, so it's kind of nice to see him winning with the carriers. This is phenomenal stuff. Taps it out. What a monster. Stork, 2 weeks in a row, has not failed to disappoint. Absolutely stellar stuff, and actually winning a game with carriers as well. I think that's like almost poetic in of itself.
Wow.
Crazy, man. I was literally thinking earlier in that game, like, okay, it's one thing for him to win the other games we saw him win. It's another thing to win from this position. And he actually won from that position. I'm really impressed. That's crazy.
Yikes. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, man.
Well, Stork did not disappoint, Shun. Yeah. Oh man, what an amazing final game. I wanted to actually see more from him, but I really can't complain. That final versus Light was so fantastic. We're actually getting very close now in the point rankings. 3, 4, and 5. This is shaping up to be a fantastic season of KCM.
I couldn't have said it better myself saying. I mean, I think this is one of the closest races we've had at the week 4 mark as well. It's not usually this much of a race. It's usually like 2 are close and 1 is like almost flatlining. Not this case. We've got an absolute crazy back and forth tempo swinging. And Protoss were on upward trajectory, have done really well in the recent weeks, but now that's kind of tied everything up in the middle with a nice little bow. And Stork has just been an absolute god these recent weeks. I'm really impressed with him. Would love to see more and more. Shame we only saw 1 game from him, but if he's winning those kinds of game states when he's in that much of a dire situation, and he's basically being blind countered by Light, like Light, by all stretches of the word, should have just crushed him, and he somehow manages to turn a weird chaotic counterattack into a winning move. It's just phenomenal, almost champion tier stuff. Like, I'm really curious to see if we're going to see a Stork of old just return to former glory and really start to shake up the pro scene a bit soon.
Stork coming in at a time when Protoss really needed a shakeup. They needed an X factor, and they seem to be, struggling in the KCM and in the SSL as well. But perhaps Stork is the answer that Protoss fans have been waiting for. We could have a situation here in week 5. We could be completely tied up at 5 points if Terran manages to take a win.
Yeah.
Next week, but they've been kind of coasting on second place victories so far.
Yeah, it'd be pretty wild if Terran win and Protoss comes second and Zerg loses and it's 5-5-5. That'd be so funny, and especially on week 5.
5, yeah.
That'd be amazing. I would love to see that. I don't know if we will see that, but yeah, that'd be great. I'd be really happy with that synchronicity.
That would be pretty cool. A lot of things have to go a very specific way for an event like that to happen, but I don't know what 555 means in your culture. I remember in Chinese it means ha ha ha, but
I don't know what it means in my culture, honestly.
It's a little bit less dramatic than 666, but
it's Backstreet Boys. It's 555. That's all it is in our culture.
Oh, I think they said bye.
Probably, come on, give me a break. I'm doing my best here. It's a reach.
Oh man, that's almost as bad as Tasteless not knowing what a Beyblade is, man. Are you really a '90s kid, or what's going on here? Am I? There's some skinwalkers here. There's some fake humans walking around. It's like, you're not really 30 years old, are you?
Yeah, my human modulators are way off right now. I'm not able to sound like an authentic human being. I do apologize, guys. We'll get that polished out so there's no like Zerg creep in and it just sounds like I'm a normal Terran guy.
Yeah, we'll get that newest update, and the AI running Shun will
get the update
sound a little bit more human.
I need to wait for the next iteration for Neuralink to come out as well. That's what it is.
Yeah, we'll get uploaded into the Matrix here in no time flat. Yeah. I'm gonna go live in the Starcraft universe if we do end up reaching that future. I'm like
nice.
70 or 80 years old. Neuralink. That's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, imagine just playing StarCraft with your brain, just looking at.
Maybe I'll finally I'll finally be able to get S rank if that's the case. We get Neuralink online. I mean, get that advantage.
It might take a lot of the stress away, but actually, because of how many actions you have to do with your keyboard to macro, can you play StarCraft with Neuralink, or is it just more of like an FPS shooter kind of game advantage because of like being able to just look at people's heads to kill them? I'm wondering, like, how much does Neuralink help you play StarCraft?
It's a good question. Yeah. I wonder if there's any advantage at all that would be gained from using Neuralink. I mean, it really does seem to be like the pointer, the clicker accuracy,
right,
that actually makes the most difference.
But you'd still have to use the keyboard in conjunction with the pointer being controlled with your eyes, right? Because you have to macro your keyboard. You can't like look at the build icons in the bottom right to macro. Like that'd be really weird.
Yeah. I wonder if you could just use Neuralink for your mouse and then use your left hand or use both hands for the keyboard.
That's actually maybe that would point. Maybe that'd be OP because you could do two-handed macro. Be a Zerg player of two-handed macro. There you go. We figured out, son. We figured out.
Maybe the 50th anniversary of StarCraft will have a Neuralink league where players can two-handed macro. That would be,
I think you would have
next level.
It would be. I think it would be like you'd have to divide it as well. You couldn't have Neuralink players and non-Neuralink players competing. I think you would have to separate the leagues. There might be an interesting future ahead of us. We got like pro-human gamers, which are like just straight up born and bred human, and then you got the transhumanists that have like merged with AI. Oh no, yeah, a bit of a movement there. I wonder where that's going to take us.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. The Neuralinking. Kids, the young kids coming up, might be dominating
to use our hands.
They might be dominating the professional gaming scene, and they get the Neuralink implant when they're 6 years old or something like that. They've had it their whole life.
Yeah.
And then us old people with Neuralink when we were 50 or whatever, we just can't quite integrate it as well as they can.
That's the wild thought that someone might have Neuralink their entire life and not know any different. Like what kind of human would that be? Like that wouldn't be human anymore. That'd be like full-blown cyborg. We're talking like some cyberpunk type shit right now.
It's already weird when they don't know how to navigate without their phone. And like, how do I get to the grocery store without my without my map?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah.
It's kind of,
you should be able to navigate your own city, right? But a lot of people don't even know.
No, they just rely on
where
GPS.
Things are.
Yeah, man, they rely on their Google Maps or whatever, or their Uber app or whatever. Yeah, it's wild actually thinking about it. I wonder, what are we going to be moving towards, like the movie like Idiocracy, where everyone's just like so inept on an individual level, just relying solely on technology and having no actual intellect.
It feels like it's coming, guys. More conversations like this in our podcast, by the way, if you guys want to check it out. We often talk about StarCraft, but we delve into many different topics, and that's available on both of our channels. Shun's channel, by the way, link in the description. Doom Drop Pod is what we call it. And we'd be happy to have you guys come and check it out. So until next time, it's been a blast. Oh, I wanted to say, by the way, I'm so impressed with the Bisu's play today. He just killed it. He absolutely killed it.
He murdered it. He was wearing players for shoes. It was really impressive.
Yeah, he tied the laces up tight on Queen for Minstrel. Dude, I'm still so frustrated with that map.
It's happened to Queen a lot on that map too, right?
Yeah, it's very rough to move army around that map with the pathing issues that come from those kind of weird lanes, the Beyblade style lanes. I actually did a huge stream yesterday, by the way, Shun. I don't know if you noticed, but I was streaming for like 9 hours or something like that, and I did a huge amount of practice with I was studying a bunch of games, and then I studied the build 4-hatch Hydra. I think you've been talking to me about that for a long time, and encouraging me to learn that. And I finally buckled down and learned the build, and put it together, and then spent many hours like practicing it on ladder and kind of dialed it in a little bit. So
nice.
I had a very big day of StarCraft yesterday and a very big day of StarCraft here today as well. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Shun, any last words?
No, just thanks, guys, for tuning in. Always a pleasure to bring you the games, especially when they're as good as this. KCM is off the chain, especially recently. Please tune in every week because I can't wait for it, honestly. Yeah,
hopefully we won't have any more delays. Last week, if you guys didn't hear me at the beginning of the cast, there was like holiday in Korea was the reason why we didn't have KCM last week. Hopefully we'll have the week 5 next week. I didn't see any additional big holidays coming up in September, so we'll see you guys next week number 5. See you there.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Done. Send me over the voice recording. I'll line it all up. And we'll be good to go.
All right. This is week 4, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm just exporting it now. Takes a while because it's like doing it in a decent bit rate. Hope you guys enjoyed those games. Pretty crazy, off the chain. Really psyched to see Stork wrap it up with a bow at the end as well.
Yeah, it was nice. That was a good way to end. Finish strong there.
With carriers too. Like, come back and into carriers is like, yeah, it's a very poetic way to end the series.
Yeah, some really sick comebacks.
Yeah.
Really sick comebacks in these games.
Yeah, a lot of them have been really like tempo swingy, hard to call games.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of fun casting these.
I'm tempted to go back in a bit and check out the Bisu game where he GG'd. I might be wrong. Maybe there was something we missed on the minimap that was going on that made Bisu's position even worse, but it looked okay. It looked playable at least. He was definitely behind, but I mean, Light I don't think was in as strong a position as Bisu gave him credit for.
Yeah. I think he thought that like he delayed that hatchery down at the bottom center.
Command center.
But the command center? At the bottom center, I think he thought that he delayed that, or he knew that he delayed it, but he thought that it was done by that point. But Light was so busy macroing and microing, he just didn't even notice, I think, that was not building anymore and just been sitting there on like half HP for a really long time.
Yeah, he was just like he was just tunnel visioning on trying to win the game as soon as possible, but he wasn't doing a super great job of it. Like, Bisu killed a lot of tanks and he was running out of gas. Like, his main and natural just become mined out and he's only on a mineral only and a gas expansion besides that. I mean, if Bisu holds on just a minute or two, like, the game looks different.
That game versus Sulky was wild too.
Yeah.
Light versus Sulky. Jeez, what was that?
Yeah. It's a shame it was cross map. I feel like maybe that game would have gone along different if it wasn't cross map, but I think that Sulky maybe I haven't actually seen him do super good with Crazy Zerg many times. It's one of the builds I haven't seen him do great executing. I don't know if he just isn't comfortable with it or what. It's something I see like someone like Action do a lot more, and Action seems a lot more competent with it. I feel like it was the right build order choice. I just don't feel like he had good enough execution, and he was like throwing so many eggs into the Ultralisk basket. Like it's one thing skipping Scourge to double up on your ultras, but you then need to consider a plague transition to compensate, because you know that he's gonna pool his vessels over time. So you have to either skip Scourge and go plague, or you have to rotate in Scourge. He did neither of those things, so he put himself into a worse and worse position.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be really good. I think a lot of Zerg players don't think about this, but it can be really strong if you just put ensnare on the vessels.
Yeah,
because you can catch them so much easier. Like the vessels can run and like dodge and juke Scourge when they don't have ensnare, but as soon as you get the ensnare on and then you take the engagement, you can kill every vessel because they just cannot run.
And if you've got a few ultras sponging the marine attack move, it's crazy effective.
Yeah, just send in 8 Scourge and get 4 vessels really quickly.
Yeah, I thought his crazy Zerg was very lackluster in that game. And he made a lot of calculated errors where he was getting his ultras caught with Irradiate before they had a chance to set up and engage. It's just like big no-nos. So, yeah.
Yeah, you need to keep them back and have the Scourge out in front. Make sure that they can't get the Irradiates. But he was kind of... I think he was just building so many ultras and like just forgetting about Scourge for so long.
Yeah, I think he was.
That's what it felt like.
It felt like he was like kind of just gambling and hoping that he can overrun the bio, so it doesn't matter that he's not killing vessels. But he wasn't getting the value he was expecting to. That's for sure.
Right.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah.
I would have probably thrown down the Defiler Mound way, way long ago, knowing that I needed Plague to do anything in that game. What was crazy was that he had like 2,500 gas banked up because of how effective those vessels were. So even though his gases got mined out quickly, he just had infinity gas still. Like, it didn't matter that his gases got mined out, even if he was in a worse position. Can make more than 10 vessels to replace easy. It's almost finished. There we go, I'm uploading it now. Uploads way faster than it renders. Or compiles.
Cool. Yeah, I really did feel like I got the handle of the 4-hatch Hydra.
How were you like getting like pre-storm kills on Protoss players and stuff? Or?
A few. But I was doing like I was doing a style that I saw Soulkey do where it's like 9 pool gas, then you get speed and you pull off of gas.
Okay.
And then you get 4th hatchery, and then you go back onto gas, and you get Hydroden, and then 5th hatch, 2nd gas, and then you pump Hydras for the timing when the first Corsair arrives.
Yeah.
And then you go back into drones, get up to 35, and then you go back into Hydras until you get like 2 groups of Hydras. You get your layer and speed, Evo chamber, 3rd gas, and Lurker, and then you grab your 4th and move out with 3 groups of Hydra, getting up to 45 drones, and then you just waves of Hydra and Lurker as you take your 4th base, and dude, you can pump so many units.
Pure Battlezerg, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you can once you get the 4th base and the 4th gas online, then you can obviously go to Hive, or you can just contain them, or you can just deny the base, or just fight the army and keep fighting over and over again. It's very
flexible how you can take the game from that direction, yeah.
Yeah, or you can build a Spire and switch into mutas. Like, there's a lot of play there, and I was having fun with it. Nice. Getting used to what the Protoss players can do against it, and it feels so good to just always have Hydras when they come with the Zealot timings. You know what I mean? It's like, okay,
you stay in the
all these Zealot timings. Yeah, all these Zealot timings that show up, I'm always going to be ready with some Hydras, and I'm getting better SimCity, and just like being ready for it feels good. Feels very nice to just be ready, and
happy to hear, man.
Yeah. Some of the games were going really, really well. So
you usually get a few free wins as well when you just like hit them pre-storm and they've not got 4 cannons and shit. That's the how you calibrate it, by the way. When you push in at like the storm mark, like 8 minutes timer, they need 4 cannons and storm just finishing to not die. So you kind of like poke in and see if they've got cannons set up and how ready they look, and then you calculate: do I commit to an actual kill here, or do I just contain? That kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah, 4-hatch Hydra is a very flexible build. You can go into 4-hatch Hydra in so many different ways as well. You can go 2-hatch Muta into 4-hatch Hydra.
Right.
There's so many ways you can do it. It's such a flexible build.
Yeah, I was feeling good. There's a few things I need to round out, but I was also watching all my replays as I was going through.
Yeah.
And I'm really starting to get a good sense of what does 35 drones look like and what does 45 drones look like.
Yeah, that's good.
Which is like those 2 marks.
Because you'll optimize your lava a lot better that way.
You get to 35 drones, and then you pump Hydras, and then you get to 45 drones, and then you get back into pumping Hydras again.
Yeah.
And you just have like that sick production on 6-hatch.
You can get so many Hydras. If you get better with your macro cycles, like literally just hitting the keys better and like just, oh my god, this crazy the amount of Hydras you can produce. And that's when you look at like the pro gamer Zergs, that's what makes them scary. Because not only are they hitting the build orders on time, they're so optimal with their lava utilization. So like they're getting so many Hydras. Like compared to an amateur, they probably have like 12 more Hydras at a certain stage of the game, and they overwhelm you.
Right.
Work on your macro cycles is what I would recommend. Become an absolute machine.
Working on it.
It's nice to hear you trying out that style, though, finally.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
If Papa Jean is ahead of the curve, I tell these people to take their natural expansions as they're in the 3rd instead of the main base, and they said they don't listen, and then like 2 years later the pros start doing it and then they listen. Same thing with the 4-hatch Hydra. Yeah. I was in Group A, by the way. I like the Soul Key fake out with the Den.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was like a position where it's like, okay, like I'm in a very rough spot here.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do to come back?
Well, he knows that Terran players are very typical, just running single comsat these days. So you're taking like a 50-50 gamble that he scans the wrong location and just fucks himself right off the bat.
Yeah.
It pays off. It makes sense. Like, he's already behind. He's committed to the 9-pool 6 Ling, completely blind countered, and does a nice little mind game. And I can't hate it.
Oh yeah, it was great. Definitely can't hate on it.
It's championship stuff right there. You got to be able to mix that kind of weirdness into your play. You can't play straight up all the time. You really want to keep your opponent guessing in something like SSL. You really need to keep especially in best of ones. You know what I mean? You don't want to let someone have your number in a best of one. You want to, like, what the fuck is this guy going to do this game kind of attitude. Because if they know Sulky's the kind of guy to go 9-pool 6 Ling, they're not going to ever 14 CC against him. That kind of thing.
Right.
That's why players like Hero are so good. They just can do such a wide, diverse range of play at a high level. And stay cool under pressure. Oh, are you gonna try that Space Marine 2 game that came out recently?
It's like $70.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna hold off.
Yeah, I was tempted, but the price dissuaded me at the moment. Is there any other games on your radar?
What the hell was it called? The one about like that dystopian one, looter shooter.
Oh,
I can't remember what it's called.
The winter thing.
Something winter.
Yeah, what's that called?
I can't remember.
The Forever Winter.
Forever Winter, that's it. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was thinking about maybe getting that one.
Yeah, I heard people a bit annoyed about the water system in that game. Apparently the way it's set up now, like, you have to harvest water because when you run out of water, your like loot and people in your base disappear. But apparently the water runs out even when you're not playing. So like each water I think lasts like 24 hours or something. So it like pressures players to play actively. I think there's been pushback about that. I'm not sure if that's going to be a lasting mechanic or if they want to revamp that. But at the moment, people I think are annoyed about having to like constantly play just to not run out of water and lose all your loot kind of thing.
I see. I'm looking at the review right now. Apparently it works on IRL time.
Yeah, so it's like Rust, like games like Rust, where it's like when you're offline, the game is still going. You know what I mean? So it's
right.
So it's like a game you'd want to play like on the daily or like 5 times a week or a few times a week kind of thing, rather than just play it intermittently.
Yeah, that would be an easy fix.
Well,
they can just like reduce the water consumption when you're not playing. You know what I mean? Like reduce it by half or something.
I think even better, they could just make it so that you don't lose your loot, you just lose the people, because you don't lose the XP of the people. Once you get them back, they have the same level, but you lose your loot and access to the people. So I think if they made it so that the people disappeared, but you kept your loot, so you can grind your way back up, that wouldn't be too bad. And then you just get the people back and then you start over again. But I think at the moment you lose your loot as well as, so you lose your entire stash as well as the people. So I think that's the issue. I think if they made it so you didn't lose your loot, just the people, that'd be okay. That's my opinion anyway. if they want to keep that kind of mechanic where it's like Rust, and you know you've got that like, because I think the idea is that they want you to think about the game when you're not playing it, like Rust, like you're offline and you could be raided while you're sleeping or something. You know, it's like kind of got that bit of a thrill to it. Extra layer of engagement with the game even when you're not playing with it. Yeah, I'm tempted to get it though. Like it's an interesting concept of a game, and has potential, I guess. I don't know though. Because I haven't played it, I don't know how hard water is to come by. Like, if it's such that you have to play every day to not run out of water, that's kind of shitty. Because it's a raid-based system, so you obviously die a lot. You're not successful every raid, so you might run out of water reasonably quickly. I don't know. If they could, if they could make it so that you could play enough in one day that you've got enough water to last you like a few days, that's not too bad. So you can log in like a few times a week and be okay, kind of thing, and like top yourself up each time you log in. But I'm not sure if it's like that. Maybe water's really scarce.
I don't know.
I think I read somewhere they increased the water spawn rate a little bit. Maybe that's what they did to fix that. I don't know.
Yeah, they can work on it. Keep it on my wish list for now.
Yeah.
Gotta focus on clearing some of the games that I already have, like
BG3.
BG and what was it called? Deliverance? Kingdom Come?
Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah. That's a good game. I enjoyed that. It's a bit of a weird game, but I really, really enjoyed my playthrough on that. Yeah, they did a good job with that. Ooh, man. I need to find something to play. Like, I want to eventually go back and finish Baldur's Gate 3 as well, but I need to be on the hunt for another game as well, because I know Baldur's Gate. I'm nearly at the end of Baldur's Gate as well. I'm not that far from finishing it. There's a few other games that I've got, like Kenshi, that I've played a lot, so I need to look for something new. Oh, by the way, I was wondering, maybe you're also under-leveled in BG3, because you said that you were, like, avoiding a lot of fights and stuff, right? Like, the way I was playing was, like, I would just kill people for the sake of it, just for the sake of XP, but pretty much every opportunity I had to get XP, I was trying to get it. So maybe you also just weren't leveled as much as maybe you should have been at that stage.
Maybe. I think I'll just lower the difficulty and play. I think it'll be fine.
Probably a smart move. Man, when are we gonna have GTA 6?
GTA 6.
Yeah.
People excited for that?
Yeah. I mean, since I was a kid, I I played the original Grand Theft Autos, like the really early ones, where it's like a top-down view, like the Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2. I even played the London, there was a London expansion where it was all like black cabbies and stuff. It was like London themed to Grand Theft Auto. I played all the really early games as well as the 3D ones. So yeah, I've had a long history with Grand Theft Auto, so I'd play it just for that nostalgia.
Right.
I remember how excited people were when they first played GTA 3 and like the 3D games were finally starting to become like decent, and just having like a garage you could park a car in was actually quite a revolutionary thing back then. Everyone's just getting excited over all these new game features and shit. I see a little bit of that now, but not really. Like most things are just recycled asset flip crap, you know?
Mm-hmm. True. A lot of crappy games coming out.
Yeah.
Have you seen this whole like Ubisoft drama?
Yeah, Ubisoft. I'm literally just thinking that Ubisoft are literally imploding right now. Have you seen their stock price? Like,
oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude! Like they're making bad decision after bad decision recently. But I think that's I think that's necessary. I think things have to get worse before they get better. I think people need to realize how bad the situation is, and then recalibrate and be like, okay, we're fucking compromising the quality of our games way too much here. We need to change our fucking game, literally.
Yeah. True.
The pendulum has to swing the other way eventually, right?
It's crazy. I was watching like kind of like a description of their fall, and they were kind of going back and just talking about all the different games that they made. It's crazy how many games they put out, like great games.
Oh yeah.
Like they've put out so many bangers over the years, and now they're like falling apart. It's really shocking.
Yeah. I mean, initially they were like leading the charge with some great titles like Assassin's Creed and shit, and then the quality is just like plummeted off a fucking cliff over God knows how many years. And now they're fucking up even more recently, and there's a lot more drama that's going to be coming their way, and they're delaying their game now, the new Assassin's Creed. I mean, I think that's probably a W move in the sense of delaying the game because it's so shitty that you want to wait to finish it first. That's a good move, but it is a sign of weakness as well. They really haven't got their shit together right now.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they cancelled like so many events that they had planned to showcase their upcoming games, and yeah, everything's looking like they're imploding. I can't even imagine what things are like in the internal side, like how fucking terrified the executives and shit are right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. It's almost unrecoverable damage that has been done to their company at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty rough because they had so many, like I said, so many games that were basically just endless money makers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you have to really try hard to fuck up this hard, and I hate to say it, but I really do think it's just there's too much agenda pushing in games and media in general. Like, it's okay to put messages into your games and what have you, but not at the expense of everything else that makes it a good game. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, strange to be pushing agendas so hard that you're
shitting on the culture that you're representing while you're doing it. Like how can you have a cult? How can you be pushing a message of like inclusivity and like other bullshit, and then shit on a culture so heavily, because you're showing that you care more about your agenda than you do about the authenticity of your game, and you're representing a fucking culture with your game. So it's like kind of disrespectful to like say fuck you to accurately depicting an entire culture of people while promoting your own so-called inclusive culture. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we're doing stuff to be respectful and to be progressive, but we're shitting on people while we're doing it. It doesn't really hit well.
No, it doesn't hit well at all.
I think it's a good thing. I think it needed to get this bad for people to start to wake up and smell the fucking coffee.
Yeah. It's funny how all this has been done in the name of social issues, but I really don't think that they actually give a shit at all. Like,
no,
we'll definitely see it once the money starts to run out.
Well, that's it, right? Once the money is hurt, that's it. Because most of these companies don't actually give a shit. They care about optics. They care about it from a point of view of how much money they can make. If the optics help them make money, that they'll play into the optics. But as soon as the optics get a bit squirrely and they start losing money, you're probably going to see a lot of these guys be like, hold the fucking minute. I'm not going to spend millions and millions of dollars on people to ruin my game.
No, yeah, Sony is learning a valuable lesson right now, as well as Ubisoft.
I think the estimates are a lot worse than people thought as well. Like, I think people were initially thinking it was like closer to like 200 million, but the actual real number is like more than 400 million.
Yeah. I can't even imagine that sum of money. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's almost $500 million that you just sent down a fucking plug hole. Like, what? I'd be fearing for my life if I fucked up that bad. That's a lot of money. Didn't people chalk that up to a lot of like toxic positivity work environment where you couldn't even say anything critical about the game you're working on? So it's like, we gotta just pretend that whatever shit we make is great and everything's great and we don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah. Just overconfidence.
Well, I think the most harmful lies are the ones we tell ourselves, Sam.
True. Absolutely true. Big true. But it's crazy as well. Like, it's not just crazy that they tell themselves those lies, but that they continue to lie to themselves and everybody else after the game and things flop and they lose hundreds of millions of dollars. They're still fucking
down,
just
yeah,
they're still just putting the blinders on. It's
very human, though. It's very human, to be honest. This is a very human reaction, right? Because think about it, it's hard to suddenly like challenge your whole worldview and your own reality, because it would, completely flip your own world upside its head. And if you've been that delusional that long, to suddenly admit you were wrong would, probably be enough to make anyone go crazy. So I doubt we'll see many people being like, oh yeah, maybe we should go a different direction. It'll be just doubling down and things getting worse for a while. But that can't last forever. The pendulum will swing the other way very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, it better. I hope that it's not sending us like it shouldn't be sending the signal that like, oh, it's not good to invest in games. You know, like so many games are doing so well.
Yeah.
It's really just I think it's sending the signal that like
to me it's
kind of like TV. It's like you can't just invest your way into a good movie, you know, or a good
to me
game.
it just signals you should make a game for your customers, and you should just it shouldn't be a thing of like you get into a position where you hate your customers and it's like, oh, my customer doesn't know what they want. Like they should just be happy with what I made them. You know what I mean? Like the self-righteousness of it to be like, I know what's good for you. That's the issue, is that they think they know what players want. And they're deliberately putting out things that they already know that players don't want, and they're doing that in spite of them. Like it's almost like they hate the audience so much that they're going to do it anyway, even though they know it's going to not be accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't see that. Like it's a business at the end of the day. You want to make a game that people enjoy, so they spend money on it. No, having the attitude of well, just don't play the game if you don't like it. Okay, well they won't play the fucking game, and you won't have a game, and you'll have to shut down the fucking servers because you don't make enough money. Like that's what will happen. I don't know how people can have such short-sightedness. It's literally just pure ego at this point. It's just pure stubbornness and ego that will not allow them to make better games. They can still push their agenda. They can still push the agendas they want to push, just not as hard and not compromising the game as much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like this is Twitter brain actually taking over.
A little bit.
It's like the people in the games industry think that people who are really into, or that there's like, you know, thousands or millions of people who are really into these like DEI games, you know what I mean, and really want to see DEI games, but it's actually just a few hundred people who don't even spend money. Like they're broke.
That's the funny thing about it. They're like,
money.
There's the vocal minority that aren't even real gamers by most stretches of the words. They're the ones like kicking up such a fuss, and they don't even play the games that much that they're complaining about or talking about. Yet, so everything's being catered for these like bots, and because this is another thing is that a lot of them are just bots. There's so much in comments and on shit. Like there's so many bots. Like holy fucking shit! It's literally like at the moment we're like seeing like a Skynet war going on, and it's like all the bots are like tricking people into going into warfare mode. So they see these like online battlefields, and they just can't help but participate. You know what I mean? And they just like look at it through, and it almost feels like everyone's getting manipulated into doing it. Doesn't matter what side you're on. It feels like there's so many bots right now that it's almost impossible for people not to get caught up in that bullshit.
No, I agree.
And everything's just a war. Like, it's not about making games anymore. It's a fucking culture war. Like, they don't even care about making good games, or seemingly care about even making money at this point. Or at least their actions don't project that. It does seem like there's a bit of a counter swing going on already. Like there's a lot of people that seem to have had enough. Not just the consumer, but also people in the industry. But I think a lot of people just haven't been able to be outspoken about being pissed off. There's a lot of like censorship, and your career is at stake. So you can't really be that outspoken if you're in the industry, right?
You can, but you do it at the risk of like losing opportunities.
Right. And the reality is people don't want to put their livelihoods at stake. It's not worth it for them, right?
There's already so many layoffs and people just like getting forced out of the industry. It's like people are just happy to have their jobs.
I think another problem is that the way people deal with it is all the good devs that just want to make good games probably just leave or like go and move to a different position, and then you replace them with like yes men that just will say whatever that you want to hear just to be able to keep their jobs. So you won't get good quality games because all the devs worth a damn probably won't stay around. They'll probably just get fed up with that environment, not being able to have their say in the game, and just fuck off. Imagine that's what's happened to a lot of these companies. They've like all the good devs just slowly bled out of the company and got replaced by fucking yes man idealists. I would say, and I would lose my fucking mind if I was like a good game developer and like I was being shoeboxed into making a game a very niche way to fit a certain criteria, and I couldn't say fuck all negative about what we're doing, because if I'm criticize it, I fuck up the environment and I'm like, you know, being toxic or something. I don't know. Like, I'd lose my fucking marbles, man. I remember once I had to do I had a casting situation where I was in a sponsored team and I was like casting with these guys, and the organizer, the leader of the organization, was so like, what's the word for it? A control freak, to the point where he wanted to have the casting set up so that it was three of us as casting with him as the main caster, and he would ask you when to speak. So it would be like him speaking, and then he'd be like, oh, so what do you think about that, Jean? He wouldn't just let you speak when it was your turn to speak. He would choose when you had to speak as well. And like, and just that alone environment, just that enough wasn't for me to be like, I'm fucking out of here. I can't handle that. That much already is too much lack of freedom. That's already too authoritarian for me to operate. I can't even imagine what those good devs would feel like in that kind of toxic environment where they can't say shit at all.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, it's no good, man. You gotta have your freedom. Say what you want to say.
The reality is, in the UK, you can't even really speak freely. In America, you can speak freely about it, but you can't do shit about it. So you can kind of like say your piece, but really you won't be able to do much. So I guess America has more freedoms, but in the UK especially, we don't have much freedom really. Of like, yeah, it gets to a point where you have to be worried about what you say, to the point where you're worried about thinking a certain thing, and it gets into like thought police territory. It's like you control what someone's saying, you're also controlling what they think, because like communication is like so important. To be able to vocalize your thoughts is like so crucial to your own identity. So being controlled in any way, shape, or form by what you say and what you believe is like really dangerous territory. Crazy times we live in, my friend.
Yeah, I want to watch more of this news on Ubisoft.
Yeah, you should. By the way, I'll send you something. Imagine the PTSD of this. Like, holy shit. Like, just the sound of a drone flying would give you such PTSD after enduring this kind of shit. Look at this, man. Jaren's pretty terrifying.
Yeah. That's wild.
And it could like find you at any second. Like you get unlucky and it just catches sight of you and just slams into you and blows you up in a heartbeat. Even if you had a shotgun, your chances of shooting that thing down is like slim to none.
You're just laying on the ground, like trying to cover your face and your head and just hoping that you look like a bush or whatever.
Hoping it doesn't pick up on your silhouette at all. You just hear it whizzing around above you and eventually it blows up one of your buddies.
Ooh.
Fucked up, man. Warfare's getting funky. Just the PTSD you'd have for just... Imagine if you're like, after going through that, you're like back home and you just hear someone flying a drone around recreation.
Oh, yeah.
You would be fucking so triggered. You'd be like just going prone, like freaking out.
Yeah, for sure. I could definitely see that. Especially if you got injured by one.
Yeah, man. That would scare the shit out of people.
That'd be scary.
There's such an eerie whirring sound to the drone as well. The way it like zips around. It's such an eerie sound.
It is a really eerie sound. I mean, I never thought about it like that before. But now that it's used in war, it's very eerie.
Yeah, it's
knowing that it can blow you up.
Yeah, man. It's going to be a big trigger.
Scary.
Well, you can make these drones in like such huge quantities for not much money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's one really interesting thing about the war now is like war previously was getting more and more and more expensive. You know what I mean? Like the newest like hypersonic missiles and missile tracking systems and all the planes were becoming millions and millions of dollars more expensive every year. Like they're getting more and more and more expensive. And then all like the equipment that each fighter was carrying, they were all getting more and more expensive. All the scanning and tracking systems that they were using. And then now it's like, oh, you can just put this drone, it's like $100 or whatever, and just go kill people. It's crazy.
I mean, they're even using the drones to like fly into like other UAV vehicles and stuff. So like a cheap drone is taking out an expensive drone. You know what I mean?
And a cheap drone is taking out a tank.
Yeah, and even if the first drone doesn't take out the tank, they just keep flying more and more drones into it, and maybe on the 5th drone it takes out the tank, and you've killed a tank with like 5 cheap expendable drones. Like back in the day, the best you could hope for is like shooting down a 5 million helicopter with $100,000 missile, and now the margins are even more crazier with the drones. Yeah, it's wild stuff we're seeing. Elon Musk was kind of right on the money. He saw that, drone warfare would kind of like take over a little bit, and infantry will be a bit of a thing of the past. You probably will still always need boots on ground, but I mean, their effectiveness in isolation will be very minimal. You'll need like huge drone swarms supporting the infantry probably.
Yeah, we might get to a point where it's like the soldiers are like one guy, you know what I mean? Like everyone's like a solo wandering around with a whole bunch of equipment, you know what I mean? And for hiding hiding their position, you know what I mean? Like tons of like equipment for keeping them invisible, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like having a battalion or having like a squad even might be a thing of the past. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you could have like
you might go in like 2-man teams or 3-man teams, wandering around and taking over positions and setting up different, technology in different areas.
Yeah.
Trying to set up like antennae to like help guide the drones and stuff like that.
I was just thinking that. I was thinking, literally just to like deploy support systems to like allow remote access control of drone swarms and what have you. And it'd be kind of crazy. And even all like drone jamming things, maybe they'll have some technology where they can interfere with the electronics on drones with like some kind of jammers. I don't know. Who the fuck knows where technology is going to go? I imagine we're going to be seeing some kind of anti-drone technology, and shotguns aren't going to cut it. So we'll at the very least have maybe, I know the Royal Navy, British Royal Navy has already developed like laser systems which can shoot down missiles and drones relatively cheap. Because you're just using electricity, so as long as you've got a nuclear reactor on the ship that it's attached to or whatever, you can shoot down drones all day. But yeah, I don't know how they're gonna miniaturize that for something on like a tank or something. Like what they need to develop some kind of like anti-drone system that would work on a tank or an infantry squad or something.
I'm just imagining like you have a backpack on that has like a anti-drone system that shoots lasers to gun down drones that are flying overhead.
Maybe some like miniature missiles, like just small enough missiles to take down a drone and like shoot off, and like an Iron Dome system, but for shooting down drones.
I don't think you even need to do that. You just need to pinpoint like the visual, like the camera on the drone, and just shoot a laser into the camera, and then it can't see anything.
But the problem with that is that a lot of times these excursions are occurring in like wooded areas or entrenched areas, so you don't always have a visual on the drone for a while as well. It would be a problem. So there'd be close quarter things where the drones could like swarm around trees, and you wouldn't even be able to like shoot them down in time. They just fucking come out from under cover and get you. They'd have to have some kind of automatic system that could even detect the electronic signature of the drone even through foliage, so it could lock onto the drone even through leaves, for example.
You need like anti-drone drones. Fly around and shoot down the drones.
That would probably be weirdly probably the most cost efficient solution would be to have like autonomous drone swarms that were just tasked with shooting down any form of munitions like missiles or other drones. Yeah, that'd probably be the most cost efficient, simple solution. That'd be such a weird battlefield to just see like thousands of drones pew-pewing each other with like a few scared infantry on each side, just hoping that their drones win. Let's hope that we got the better AI update, guys. But usually war is a bit one-sided. One side tends to be a little bit more technologically advanced or better equipped, or, you know, have a larger economy behind it. Wars are very, very rarely fought fairly. Almost never. Yeah. Almost never. Because it's just too much of a bloodbath and too much of a money sink on both sides, right? So I imagine most of the time it will be sophisticated drone swarms demolishing things, and not very often will there be sophisticated systems to deal with drones on whatever side is fighting in that war. Most likely. Unless it's like a full-blown world war, but I don't think that even matters at that point. There'd be too much Armageddon from the nuclear warheads and what have you.
Yeah, not for a while. Maybe in like 50 years or something. It'll be so easy to get drone swarms together.
Yeah.
Like tons of, even like a whatever small force, like less technologically advanced force will have drone swarms and stuff, and then they'll have something even like the more technologically advanced will have something even more crazy, you know what I mean?
Well, it disrupts the scales of power dramatically, because they're like right now a lot of countries have survived in past because of numerical values alone. Just like, say, a country like Russia just had so many people in it that when the Nazis tried to go in the snow to conquer them, they kind of overestimated themselves and just didn't realize how resilient the Russians would be in throwing wave after wave of
numbers,
people. Yeah. But when you've got drone swarms, that kind of factor disappears. So countries like China, America, and Russia, their numbers don't really mean much anymore. So you might have smaller countries like, say, you know, countries like Japan or what have you, that are just get technologically advanced to the point where even though they've got small armies, the drone swarms like more than make up for that difference. So you might see the power scales be shifted a lot on the world stage in the next like 20, 50 years.
Yeah, it's scary, like, not the things that we're seeing on the things that we're seeing on the field right now are scary, but the things that are really frightening are the things that they're holding back.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, they're holding back some shit that's really fucking
and you better believe it's diabolical. Wild. You better believe it's fucking like, whoa. Like, if you heard about it, you would be like shitting your pants.
Yeah. Yes, they're holding back some fucking gnarly shit that they're gonna pull out if anything hits the fan.
You better believe that they at the very least have bioweapons and nerve agents that are so deadly that they might as well be nuclear weapons. They don't even need the they got enough bioweapons that they don't even need nuclear weapons. They could just, launch biological attacks all over the world and wipe it out that way. At the very least, they've got that, and who knows what the fuck else. Could be fucking Iron Man suit level of shit, you know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, usually what we hear about is between 10 and 30 years, behind what they're working on behind closed doors. It's not always they've got crazy weaponry that's ready for commercial use. Some of it will only be like prototypes that they can only like get one or two things working, and it's not really militarily applicable yet. They've got to miniaturize it a little bit more or something. But yeah, the kind of shit that they do work on in black budget shit, it probably would seem like magic to us, the prototypes that they've got behind closed doors.
Sure. For sure.
I know like 20 years ago, the Royal Navy was open about having drones that were so sophisticated they looked like actual aqualife. So they had like drones in the shape of manta rays and stuff that looked and swam like manta rays. So as far as you were concerned, it's a fucking manta ray, but it's not. It's a drone that's surveilling you. They had that 20 years ago. That was public knowledge. So imagine what they got 20 years from then, and it's not public knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
How's the edit going? You piecing it together?
I already finished, yeah.
Nice.
Where
that was a good week, man.
Very good. Very, very good week.
Really back and forth week too. I'm almost glad Sulky didn't come and steal the show. I thought he was going to come and just destroy everyone. I was kind of, in a way, happy he didn't. Even though I'm a Zerg fan.
Yeah, it could have been interesting. I would like to see Stork versus Sulky.
That's true.
That could have been I
might see that next week though.
Exciting conclusion, or like a nice like preview. Yeah, potentially.
I need to see more PvZ from Stork in general. I need to see where he's stacking up in that, because if he's looking good in PvZ as well as PvT, like holy shit.
Yeah, you gotta go watch Group B now, man.
I do.
Go watch that.
I will.
Good. You'll enjoy it.
There's less Terrans in this group, I think, right?
Yeah, there's just one, I think. Yeah, all the TV2 is kind of annoying.
There was a little bit of it I skipped. I tried to watch almost all of it, but oh my god,
I skipped through a bit.
I had to skip a little bit.
Yeah, couldn't help myself.
There were some exciting moments in the TVTs, but not a lot.
Yeah, I was like making lunch and watching at the same time because boy.
Yeah.
The ones I really like to watch are like I like to watch when Scan plays. TVT, I don't mind. I like them.
Nice.
I want to see them.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably like a third tier player, but he's still good. He's still a really solid player. That's what's so crazy about Starcraft is like just the canyons of skill difference between the pros. You can be so good at this game and still be in like the third or fourth tier of players. It's nuts.
True.
I was thinking about the similarities between sports and StarCraft, like in like say soccer or something. Like all the pros have very high level standard play in terms of like the fundamentals of the game, but beyond that, there's just such a crazy difference. Like it's such a zero sum expression of skill. I think StarCraft like exemplifies that probably more than most non-physical things could, like sports. I think StarCraft comes the closest in terms of like parallels.
I think you might be right. Oh, I played so many games yesterday.
Yeah.
Fucking nuts.
What rank are you right now? Like MMO?
Just B rank. I don't know, somewhere in there. How long was it? Yeah, 10 hours, bro.
Damn.
Ooh, that's my longest stream ever, I think.
So how many games was that? Like how many were you playing like back-to-back games or were you taking some breaks? Like
I started off the stream
analyzing.
I think I did like 3 hours of just like no, how long did I just practice? I did like 2 hours of practice, something like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I did less than I thought.
Wonder how many
Yeah, I did
games
like
you
an
actually
hour and a
played.
half. Hour and a half of practice. How many games did I play? Oh man, I played a lot. My wife is in Osaka for a concert right now.
Yeah.
So I was just chilling.
I think the most I ever did was about 30 games in one day.
Yeah, I think I might have beat you.
Shit.
Let me see.
It's hard.
24th.
You have to play so solidly to cram in those games.
No, it was the 26th yesterday.
Because I mean, you have to play like back-to-back games for at least 8 hours to pump out those games at 20-minute a game average, assuming breaks between the games. Like, because obviously you got to wait to get the guide in the game each time. Depends on how fast you're getting games. I guess if you had like an average of 12 minutes a game and 3-minute downtime, you could get 4 games an hour. It wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, you're like looking at like 8-10 hours of solid gameplay to pump out those games.
I can't even see. I need to go on like Seawall or something.
Yeah, I don't think I could manage much more than 30 games a day. Like physically, I could play that amount of games in a day, but they wouldn't be quality games. Like after 30, I'd be way too done to put out good quality games.
My rank right now is 1950.
It's pretty good. Pretty high B. How many games have you got played on that account?
$56.
Not ain't bad.
Oh, the one that's 19. 1 second. 19. This one. 77.
What's your win rate?
No. That's not even the. Oh, okay. 1784 is my 77 games on. I was looking at the wrong one. 1944. I only played 7 games. Oh, my win rate 52.
Pretty good.
Oh, this one, the one I played yesterday, I played on a different account. I am 1835, 56 games, 59% win rate.
Yeah, that's
not too bad.
Yeah, it's alright. No, that's pretty good. You're getting there, man.
Kind of skewed though, because Zerg, you always get a lot of levers. Kind of.
Yeah, but everyone gets levers. Like Terrans get levers because people don't want to play TVT, or Protoss get levers because people don't play PvP. It's whatever, man. You know, It goes around.
It does go around. Do be that way.
I'm kind of speechless that we're getting such good quality games in KCM. Like sometimes, like seasons can peter out a little bit, where it's like players get like, you know, one team is like flat lines, so that they don't try as hard and they're just waiting for semifinals, so it kind of like, you know, gets a bit one-sided. But recently, the last few seasons, we've had a lot more like back and forth crazy action weeks. It's been kind of exciting.
Even just the last couple of seasons have been really crazy.
Literally, it's been nuts.
Been really good.
And the quality,
it's a good time.
And over time, our casting has gotten better as well. So it's like we're getting better quality games with better quality casting. It's like a nice curve to have.
Yeah, we're improving for sure.
You've seen some of the comments that people write, like some nice shit, man.
Yeah, some really good, kind comments.
Yeah,
it's like 90% positive, 99% positive.
Yeah, man. Puts a smile on my face knowing that we're putting a smile on their faces, you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
I went on to the comments now to see if there was anything new. There's one that was like slightly more recent compared to the other ones. It says, I watch you both cast all the time, but it goes without saying you guys are a great caster combo. Never talking over each other, complimentary analysis, etc. Love it all the time. With like exclamation marks and love hearts and yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Well, Sam, my day will be coming to an end soon, but your day is just beginning, so to speak. You're like, what time is it there for you now? Like lunchtime?
Yeah, 12:45.
You got any plans for today?
No, this is my plan. Gonna hang out from now.
Chilling out, relaxing, all cool, shooting some people outside of school.
Thinking about making a video about Stormgate.
Or just shitting on it.
Well, have you seen all the people who have been putting out videos saying that they're quitting?
I mean, it was one of the. I'm not lying. Like, I was trying to force myself to have the motivation to play that game, and I physically, mentally couldn't bring myself to do it. That has to say something. That has to. Do you know what I mean? I've not had that issue with games before, where I can't physically bring myself to fucking play it.
Yeah, there's like a video. Stormgate situation is crazy, and like Stormgate 1v1 increasingly having a bad time. Stormgate, we need to talk. You know.
You want to join the club and put out your own Stormgate?
I was thinking about like taking these guys' videos and putting them together in like a compilation. Do you know what I mean?
And then
Love
putting
some of my
reaction.
own.
Do you remember Love Snow's reaction video, that clip that he had, where he's like,
"Yeah,
is this what it's become? People paid money for this. This is what people were excited for." And he's like, look of despair as he feels bad for all these people that waited for this game. That would be a good clip to use.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was funny.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I was thinking about like putting a bunch of clips together, and like, you know, the actual fight that was going on with Celestial on Celestial. You know what I mean?
You could also put in clips of I think is it Vanguard that have the same issue with like just like dog on dog action where they use scouts.
Dog on dog.
Yeah, all kinds of bullshit. You could do like a really good like montage and like critical analysis of it, and like, you know, treat it like almost like a documentary on how bad that game is.
Yeah. I also want to really like call out the people who've been saying from the beginning, like, it's early access, okay? It's early access. It's not the best, you know what I mean? Like,
fuck me.
Oh my god, it's like early access can be just used as like, you know what I mean? Like the perfect response to any criticism.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The game is boring and it's not fun. Well, it's early access, you know? It's not the final product.
Yeah, but the thing is that they've had games where they did, even like the Battle Aces beta tests, they like did like a lot of very frequent balance changes that they kept like just rolling out the door day to day to like really shake up the game and figure it out. They could have done a similar thing here. They could have like quickly shifted out some balance updates to stop people like getting stuck in these dumb strategies too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could have experimented with the balance of the game more. Like, why not? You're making a new fucking game. Experiment with the balance. Just throw out some crazy balance updates and figure some shit out and stop people being pissed off with a dumb game. It's not difficult.
Yeah. Oh, here's one. Hero Marine, why I won't be playing Stormgate.
Yeah.
These StarCraft 2 players are like,
fuck this shit.
This fucking sucks.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. I had bad vibes about that game from the start, man. Sometimes I don't like being right, though. It's nice to be vindicated, but honestly, no. I'd rather there just be a good RTS that people enjoy. You know what I mean? I'd rather be wrong and it be a good game.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to like do like a compilation of clips of different people not liking it, and then I'll put like a bit of commentary.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to compare it to Beyond All Reason, because I just feel like they've done such a better job of making a successor. You know what I mean? Like there's a million different quality of life changes that they've added into that game. Like, they've just made it. They've basically, with a small development team and very little money, put together a way better product.
Holy fuck,
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
And it's honestly one of the best revamps of an old school game that I've ever seen. That they brought Total Annihilation was like one of the best RTSs of all time. So to bring a game like that back from the dead and to remake it into something good would be like taking StarCraft and remaking it into something good. It's a very impressive feat.
Yeah, and it's I know a lot of people will say, oh, but it's its own IP and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? It's its own thing. Stormgate is different than than Bar, because Bar just like kind of remade the old thing, right? But they're using the same principles. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of the units are different. A lot of the way that the game works is different in Beyond Horizon, separate from Total Annihilation, right?
Yeah.
But the same thing, like with Stormgate, the only thing that's different is like there's some different units, and then there's a different art style. Do you know what I mean? Between Starcraft and Warcraft, it's like a mixture of the two, but there's still like a lot of the same. Like they're taking a huge amount of the same mechanics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the building and like the way that the resources mine is the same. Do you know what I mean? And like the way that units build is the same, right? All the units have like a similar timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. It's the conceptual remake of StarCraft and Warcraft. Do you know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, why not just be more experimental with Stormgate? Like, I don't get it. Like, if it is still such an early day situation, why not be like way more aggressive with like some balance rollouts and completely flip the script on the game? Because that will keep players excited. If after a week of bullshit they suddenly fix the issues that were bullshit, and it's like, oh, the game's completely different now because you can no longer do the build that was pissing everyone off because they rolled out an update, then people will be like, okay, I'll come back and try again, and then you'll retain some more players and you can figure the game out from there. I don't know why they're not being more experimental.
I don't know. There's a good argument for like letting people try to figure things out, but at the same time, I don't know how the fuck they missed that.
No, but
you know what I mean?
But this is bullshit theory, because like the same boiling water that makes an egg hard will make a potato soft. You don't let the environment dictate what your product is. You dictate the environment to get the product that you need, and that you can't roll you can't roll the same dice and expect to get a different result from 1 to 6. Like, this is like Einstein's definition of madness, of like trying the same thing and expecting different results. You got to be a little bit experimental, especially in early days. It's the whole point of game development. It's just the early days. Be experimental. What's the problem?
It's just the whole point of having an alpha, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what's so crazy about it to me.
Like, if they were just going to release a game and then just let it be, you know what I mean? That would be one thing. But they're planning to do updates, but they're just being slow about it.
I don't get it. Like, it'd be better for them to be more aggressive and loose with the updates. It doesn't have to be balanced. The updates don't have to be balanced. They just have to shake up the game enough to keep it fresh and keep people figuring out new ways to play it. And then you can fine tune it and figure out what the game direction should actually be.
Well, aside from the balance and the strategies, I think the art and the visuals suck. It's just kind of crappy. Like, you can't really see what the fuck's going on.
Honestly, yeah, I don't like the aesthetic of the game at all.
And the sound design is horrible. Like, the sounds of like shooting and explosions are garbage. Like, you can hardly hear anything.
There's no juice to the game. You know, it doesn't have a feedback. And
then the voice lines are really fucking annoying. Like, a lot of people are complaining about, like the constant voice lines being such a problem that they're just like turning off the alerts.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, the alerts of like, you don't have enough resources, or you're missing this, or like this is under attack or whatever is too fucking annoying. Like they can't even handle it, so they turn it off completely.
These are like the small details that make a good RTS game. Like if you don't figure out the small things, it won't come together. That's the reason why Starcraft's so successful, because everything's so iconic and distinctive. Like the sound of the units attacking and what have you, it has such a high impact feedback to it that you can easily identify what the fuck is happening on the screen without even necessarily needing to see. You know what I mean? Like you hear the swipe of a DT, you know it's the side blade. It's very distinctive sound of that side blade cutting into something.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything is so distinctive. But in these modern games, it seems like that simple shit just gets put under the rug and they don't even think about like just having meaty feedback to what the fuck is happening in the game.
For sure. Yeah, 100%. You'd think that they would have figured out more about RTS by now, but it feels like they've gone backwards.
They've regressed.
You know what I mean?
They've regressed. Yeah, they've tried to be so progressive that they've regressed. It's kind of an ironic caricature parallel of what we see in like woke culture. You know what I mean? They got so progressive, their fucking brains fell out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab something to eat.
All right, man. I'll grab a drink.
You heading off to bed here soon?
Huh? What'd you say?
You heading off to bed here soon?
Probably watch Starcraft and then bed.
Sounds good.
Hang on one sec, I'm grabbing a drink.
Alright.
Alright, I'm back. You there? Man, there's no way I can go to sleep without watching SSL. I really want to watch it.
Sorry?
I was just muttering to myself that I really want to watch SSL before going to bed. Yeah. It will mean a late night sleep, but probably worth it for SSL. Maybe I'll watch half. I don't know. Let's see. I'll watch like half of it, and if I'm into it, I might watch the whole thing all in one go.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, but you want to link up for a podcast this weekend or sometime soon?
Sure.
Yeah. We can find some shit to talk about. We had a bit of an impromptu podcast after the cast tonight, talking some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be up for that if you are. Well, let me know when's good for you. Maybe this weekend, Sunday, or whenever's clever.
Yeah, I was thinking about going to Osaka, but I might not go tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll let you know if I decide to go or not.
Okay. Yeah, keep me posted.
Okay.
We can do it another day if we can't. There's no worries.
Sure. Did you see my message about?
Oh yeah, but
Marble Rush?
Yeah, but you sent it to me too late. Like they already the sign up deadline was already gone.
Oh really?
Yeah. I can't remember what it was, but I looked at it and it was Let me have a look. Yeah, the deadline was September 23rd, and you sent it on the 25th, so I was already 2 days 2 days gone. Oh. Yeah, it is what it is. Don't worry about it. I'll be good. Just try and win it for me.
And they're having hard time finding signups, so I thought that they would keep it open longer. I'm not playing. I'm gonna cast the finals.
Are you gonna cast?
Mm-hmm.
You casting it on your own or with someone?
I'm casting it on my own, and he's paying me for it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
Wait, you only casting the finals?
Yeah. I think Ozzy and Love Snow are gonna play.
Nice.
Maybe Jumper as well. I'm not sure.
I'll hope when you guys snag the money.
Yeah, I might be able to. Send him a message and get you in there. I'll let you know if I can get you a spot.
Well, no pressure. I haven't had time to practice it or anything, so it's not like I'm losing out on much. It's no big deal.
Not like anybody has been practicing. Nobody has got any practice, so like, just put in a couple hours or whatever and try to make a build. Do you know what I mean? Try to figure out some sort of build.
Oh god,
and probably can win.
Yeah, maybe.
It's gonna be a mess, but
I'll find some fun. Sausage monkey build.
Oh, it'll be a sausage monkey fest for sure. Yeah, I'm sure like a lot of people are not even gonna know the rules of the game. Like I might have to like send them a message and talk to them about the game a bit because there's like a time limit and stuff like that. Like the games can't go on forever. It's like 10 minutes, and whoever wins, like if the timer ends, then the black team loses if they don't have any points.
Wait,
so
what?
Anyway, so it's like a regular RTS, but there's like light and dark, and the dark team starts with an extra worker, but they have to.
But the onus is on them to finish the game because they're like the attackers, so to speak.
Small advantage, yeah. So like they you get points by killing their CC, like their command center.
Okay.
And so if the game ends and it's 0 points, white wins.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the dark team has to attack.
But they get a one worker lead advantage to compensate.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of an interesting concept.
Yeah, it's kind of like similar to chess, how like one side has to go first, so like they get the advantage of going first, but they usually end up being the attackers as well because the onus is on them to do something.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of an advantage than in chess, but yeah.
Depends how the game plays, though. I don't know. Like, if you're playing how many workers do you start with normally?
I think it's 5, and then you get 6.
Okay. And do you know, have you played it at all?
Yeah, I've played a bunch.
So what is it like in terms of making workers? Like, can you make a worker immediately right at the start of the game? And like, what's the build time like for the workers?
It's not too long. The workers build pretty fast.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting game. Like, there's a lot of different resources to manage.
Mm-hmm.
And you can build buildings that convert resources into different resources. Kind of like a bar where you convert energy into metal, but more complicated.
Where would I get the game?
Just Steam. Free to play.
What's it called on Steam?
Neon Marble Rust.
Oh, there it is.
But yeah, I'll ask him. I'll ask him if he can get you in there.
I mean, no worries if not. No worries if not, but maybe I'll get it and do it.
If you win, so the first 3 days are like Neon and then Marble and Rust, and it's only mirror matchups.
Yeah.
And then the final will be the winner of each
day.
And each day is like $75 if you win, and then if you win at the end, I can't remember how much it is.
extra $100 or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty good. 125, I think. $125. That sounds about right.
Oh yeah, if you can, if you can get me in, I'll jump in and see what I can do. Damn, I have to play this at least a couple of hours before.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It's cool because he added in some things that I think other RTS should definitely have.
Oh yeah, like what?
Like he added in a mode where it's called like build quota, and it's like, okay, build 10 of this unit within 5 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And it's like pretty tight where you actually have to like plan out your resources and macro well to get those out. And so it's like a very good way to practice is like, okay, I can get 10 of these flyers within this many minutes, and then you just alter the build slightly to, you know, add on some defenses or whatever to make sure that you can survive, and then you know you have like a timing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like other games should definitely have stuff like that. That should be like a given. Like the thing is with RTS, none of them have enough practice maps. Like most of them have none. You know what I mean?
and they usually rely on like the pro scene educating people how to play the game. You know what I mean? Like they rely on the competitive scene to like kind of direct what should be transpiring.
Yeah. But it's very nice. Yeah, you can get like a benchmark for what you should be able to put out. It's quite good.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
All right, I'm gonna go use the washroom. Are you gonna watch
PSL? I'm gonna go and watch SSL. Yeah.
All right, Metal. Talk to you later. I'll let you know if he hits me back.
All right, buddy. Sounds good. Nice custom of you. Take it easy.
You too. Take it easy. Bye.
Peace. Alright guys, hope you enjoyed. Those that are still there. Catch you on the Flippity Flip next week, hopefully, as long as KCM's not delayed because of like scheduling issues because of SSL or something, God forbid. Hopefully next week, be right back into some more action. Have a great evening or day. Peace.